Szanowni Państwo, chciałam powiedzieć, że za chwilę będziemy zaczynać. Zostało jeszcze kilka minut. Przypominam o obowiązku noszenia maseczek na sali i przypominam o tym, żeby powoli zajmować miejsce. I najważniejsze jeszcze chciałabym przypomnieć o tym, żeby włączyć tryb samolotowy bądź tryb cichy w telefonie.
If you would be so kind as to put your phones into silent mode. Thank you.
Proszę Państwa, prosimy o zajmowanie miejsc. Będziemy za chwilę zaczynać. Witam Państwa serdecznie na Zamku
Good
Królewskim w
morning,
Warszawie
ladies and
na
gentlemen.
pierwszej
Welcome to
części
the Royal
11
Castle
Kongresu
in
Polska
Warsaw.
Wielki Projekt.
This is the
W ciągu
11th
najbliższych
edition
2
of
dni będziemy rozmawiać
Great
na temat
Project Poland
bezpieczeństwa i
Conference. We shall speak about
Teraz poproszę
security
na
and
scenę
culture
wiceprezes
today
zarządu Fundacji
and
Polska
tomorrow.
Wielki Projekt.
And now Vice Chair of the
Poproszę o otwarcie
Foundation
oficjalne
will make an
kongresu.
official opening of the Congress. It is my great honor and pleasure to give everyone a very warm welcome. I'd like to welcome everyone who has gathered here for the Great Project Poland Congress. Let me welcome Anna Bielecka on behalf of the Management Board. She was the main architect and, surprise, surprise, she is an architect by profession. So 11 years ago, she was one of the architects of this project, the project that bore fruit in the form of Great Project Poland. And let me say a few words about what brought us together 11 years ago. We had a dream. It was not an unrealistic vision. It was a dream of Poland that aims to achieve goals that fall within the framework of Great Project Poland notion. I think we managed to follow this dream for the past years, and as this is an ongoing project, I hope we will continue to do so. So let me welcome everyone who's been with us for 11 years. Some of them were the co-initiators of the project. And I would like to welcome everyone who's following us online. We are still living through the pandemic, and we cannot gather in great numbers. So let me now ask the Secretary of State at the Chancellery of the President of the Republic of Poland, who will read a letter from the President, Andrzej Duda. It is my great honor to represent President Andrzej Duda, one of the honorary patrons of the series of Great Project Poland Congress.
Szanowni Państwo, serdecznie pozdrawiam wszystkich zgromadzonych na pierwszej części 11 Kongresu.
Let me welcome everyone who has gathered during the Great Project Poland Congress. I am certain that despite all the complications stemming out from the COVID pandemic, you are able to continue the project that I have the honor of holding the patronage of. I would like to congratulate all participants of the Congress, everyone who is here at the Royal Castle in Warsaw. The Royal Castle is going to be the main theme of this contract. And the motto of this year's Congress, the 21st century security culture, captures the main issues. In 2001, after the terrorist attack on World Trade Center, we realized that we witnessed the end of decades of security. We knew that we were to expect an era of civilizational and cultural conflicts. These matters are of key importance globally, but also to Poland, to its future and its present day. I am convinced that in order to answer these two questions and in order to resolve the problems, we need to look at security and culture together. Apart from acting on the global scene, we have to do our utmost to take good care of our identity, to protect our culture and our freedoms. It requires constant engagement, constant effort. As we strengthen our pride in the achievements of our predecessors, we require educational and promotional activities. They are very well received among the Polish nation. We should keep reminding ourselves that this is a continuum of our history, that we have to appreciate our heritage. The Royal Castle of Warsaw is the best example here. It was rebuilt through the effort of the whole nation, as it had been destroyed during the Second World War. I hope that this reconstruction will be followed by the reconstruction of the Saski Palace and the Brill Palace. It will be a very good way to celebrate the centenary of our independence, and it will be a way to underline our feeling of patriotism. And let me conclude by wishing you very fruitful discussion during the Congress Great Project Poland. With regards, President of the Republic of Poland, Andrzej Duda. On behalf of all the participants present here and those following us online, I would like to thank President for his letter. And let me now invite you to the first panel, Health Security, Madam Anna Janiczek from PZU, Professor Grzegorz Gielerak, the head of the Military Health Institute, Professor Jan Walewski from the Oncology Institute, and the Deputy Chair of the National Health Fund, Mr. Bernard Waśko. Adam Giza will be moderating.
Szanowni goście, zapraszamy do zajmowania miejsc. Drodzy słuchacze, witamy bardzo serdecznie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We've been thinking about how we define security and how to understand it. Of course, verbatim, security means guaranteeing comfort, trust, happiness, and smiles on your faces. But in order to make those factors come true, our role is very big, because it's us who need to accomplish it. Those many months of the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated clearly that health is very important. Sometimes we treat health rather disparagingly, sometimes very seriously, but I believe that we come to a conclusion that health is more important than we think. In order to secure health and to reinforce our feeling of security and to enjoy a high quality of life and health, it is not about extending your lifespan, but also raising the quality of it. This is why we organized this panel. Jan Walewski, the head of the Oncology Institute, Grzegorz Gielerak, director of Military Medical Institute, Bernard Waśko, the deputy president of National Health Fund for Medical Affairs. Now let's start on a general note. What do you think of security, what it means to you? Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here, and I'm very glad that we are going to discuss a topic that is close to the heart of my organization, PZU.
podzieliłabym jakby na
I'd like to
pojęcie bezpieczeństwa na jakby
divide
dwie,
the notion of security
dwa
into
etapy,
two
bo zupełnie
parts.
inaczej postrzegaliśmy pewnie bezpieczeństwo, nawet
I believe that
jeszcze przed pandemią.
before the pandemic,
a
even
ubiegły
at
rok
PZU,
pokazał zupełnie,
we had a different take on
pokazał
security, and
nowe
the past year
pojęcie. Ja tylko powiem, że
ushered us
rzeczywiście
into a
tutaj
new
mam
era,
zaszczyt reprezentować
and
całą
I
grupę
am
PZU,
privileged to
ale
represent the
jednocześnie
whole
jestem prezesem
PZU
spółki
group,
medycznej, stąd
but
takie małe
I am
wytłumaczenie, że będę
the
oczywiście
CEO
w tym
of the
kierunku zdrowia
medical
dzisiaj
company of
bardzo
PZU, so
zbaczać.
I will rather
PZU jako
diverge
podmiot
from
finansowy, ale
the
też
pure health
ubezpieczeniowy
course
od lat
of this
wspiera
in this
Polaków, bo
debate.
właśnie,
PZU have
nawet mamy
been
takie
supporting
też hasło
Poles
z
for
myślą o
many decades
bezpieczeństwie.
in
Możesz na
terms
nas
of
polegać. To
health.
wszystko wokół tego bezpieczeństwa
Our
gdzieś tam się,
banner is "You
gdzieś
can
tam
rely
krąży.
on us."
Natomiast w ubiegłym roku
Last
przede
year,
wszystkim zapewnialiśmy bezpieczeństwo Polakom,
we
oczywiście to bezpieczeństwo
focused our
zdrowotne,
efforts on providing
poczynając
health
od naszych
security to the
pracowników.
Polish
Grupa
people,
kapitałowa PZU
starting
to
of
jest
course with our own
kilkanaście
employees.
tysięcy, albo
As a
kilkadziesiąt
capital
nawet,
group,
patrząc
we
jeszcze
have
na banki, które mamy w grupie
many
pracowników.
dozens
I to
companies
było priorytetem, aby
under
im właśnie
our
zabezpieczyć to
hood.
bezpieczeństwo,
So our
zabezpieczyć
priority
komfort
was
pracy,
to
aby oni mogli
provide
pomagać
security
innym w tym
and
ciężkim
working
czasie.
comfort for our
U nas
employees in order
PZU
to
Zdrowie
let
w
them
spółce
help others
medycznej, no,
outside the company.
przechorowało,
In the
koronawirusa
medical
bardzo dużo
company,
osób, ale
many
nie
people
zwalniając
underwent the
tempa,
coronavirus
pracowali,
illness,
często w
but
domach,
they worked
często nad
remotely,
właśnie projektami, które
very often
utrzymywały
on
ciągłość,
projects that
działania
assured
i
continuity
jednocześnie
of
ciągłość,
operation
opieki medycznej, którą
and by also
udało nam
continuity
się,
of
może
healthcare
to jest złe słowo udało, bo to było naprawdę
that
ciężki
we
wysiłek,
managed
żeby zapewnić tą ciągłość opieki
with a
medycznej
great
w
effort
naszych,
to
w naszych
assure
placówkach.
to ensure in our
Więc to tak
outlets.
odpowiadając trochę ogólnie na razie
So I
na to
took
pytanie.
a
Mam nadzieję, że będziemy
general
mogli rzeczywiście
attitude
jeszcze
to this
je
question. I hope
podrążyć i
that
już
we
przejść do
will
konkretów,
drill down
na
to
czym to
details
bezpieczeństwa właśnie w naszym
about
przypadku
what
polega.
this assurance of security was about in our case. Thank you for that. Mr. President, you demonstrated that the medical services have changed, have transformed themselves last year. The contact between the doctor and the patients have also changed. What problems came to light with COVID-19? What are the issues that we are going to grapple with or continue to grapple with going forward?
Zjawiska nowe, które
Well, the new things
nasiliły się
that
i pomogły przetrwać
came to light and actually helped us to overcome the pandemic were the shift towards remote forms of medical services. Of course, everything is a question of scale, but in the first onslaught of the pandemic, telemedicine was a saving factor which actually prevented a bigger onslaught of infections. This is because the patients could actually come to terms with smaller illnesses remotely. Of course, fortune is on the side of well-prepared. Nobody could ever forecast a pandemic early in 2018. However, we have put in place solutions that later helped us, facilitated us to fight the pandemic which erupted later. Of course, there are also side symptoms which are the result of the fledgling state of this model. This is why we have implemented corrective measures and remedies with the Ministry of Health. We've been monitoring the organization of the healthcare system. But we have incurred a certain health debt because definitely certain illnesses that are dormant will probably come to surface in due course, namely quite soon. So this is why the system will have to respond to that very swiftly. There are, of course, other illnesses that are quite dynamic and they have struck us with full force. Now, as far as security is concerned, let me tell you about two things, two dimensions. One is very objective. As we speak here about safety as a way to quickly gain access to benefits. Also, security means the adequate quality of benefits, thanks to the equipment, thanks to the measures that are in good shape and good keeping. This is an objective part of security. However, another part of the whole healthcare system is the feeling of security in the perceptual sphere, namely how the patients or citizens, if and to what extent they feel secure. This is, of course, very subjective, although it is as important as the objective part of it. The feeling of security, ladies and gentlemen, comes not only out of objective criteria, but also from how the feeling of insecurity is created. If that is very strong, then the feeling of security is lower. This is related to managing emotions of people at the various stages of the pandemic. This management was more or less efficient. Yes, indeed, we've been in the middle of the events and we've needed to actually restrain our emotions and control information about the pandemic. Professor, we have just heard that a fundamental component of diagnostics and fighting for health is speed. Oncology is, I believe, this very department of medicine where the speed is of essence for the health of the patients and for the feeling of security. Indeed, the epidemic that was announced early in March 2020 was a stress test of the National Oncology Strategy that had been announced on the 4th of February. This is where the Polish government announced the adoption of the oncological strategy. It was a result of the work of the whole community of oncologists, joined by the President of the Republic, who decided to put an official seal on this project, followed by the National Oncology Institute. We attempted to create a comprehensive plan, such as a National Comprehensive Control Plan, which is a requirement of the World Health Organization for the countries to have such a plan in place that consists not only about the healthcare system, but also of the educational component. Is there anything we can do to avoid getting ill? So this was adopted, then the pandemic erupted, which actually resulted in the fact that people stepped forward to report possibility oncological problems at a delay. So it took us a month to actually come back on the right track, but not everything came back on track. For example, when it comes to secondary prevention measures, about the female cancer aspects, the number of women coming for examination dropped down dramatically. Then it bottomed out and then came back up again. But in other things, with other illnesses, it didn't happen. So it's still this lingering illness debt. Our treatment centers are prepared as they used to be, and this is guaranteed by the oncological package, which actually enforces very quick diagnostics and the beginning of the treatment. So a patient is accepted on board, the diagnostics and the therapy decisions are guaranteed within a certain period of time, not shorter than 2 months, actually. But if the patient is not enlisted, then the things are quite different. So once we all feel a relief after the pandemic, and we feel that the pandemic will abate thanks to injections, thanks to vaccination, we will therefore need to embark on the national oncological
Panie
strategy
generale,
in order to
jednym
face
z ważnych
the
elementów
onslaught of
budowania strategii bezpieczeństwa
illnesses
zdrowotnego
that
jest fakt, że pacjent trafia w odpowiednie ręce i że ta pomoc może być udzielona kompleksowo. Mówiono o tym, że pewnego rodzaju szyfrowanie służby zdrowia, pewnego rodzaju synkretyzm dyscyplin medycznych spowoduje, że nie będzie odsyłany od gabinetu do gabinetu. To też jest wyzwanie dla naszego systemu zdrowia, aby zagwarantować bezpieczeństwo trafienia w odpowiednie miejsce.
Oczywiście właściwa kwalifikacja tak naprawdę decyduje o sukcesie albo porażce całego procesu diagnostyczno-terapeutycznego. A zatem to, co było istotą przytoczonej przez pana redaktora reformy, systemem sieciowym, właśnie miało służyć temu, abyśmy stworzyli system opieki kompleksowej, skoordynowanej, coordinated and which also takes into consideration all the steps and resources that the healthcare system has at their disposal, so that the patient starts with the GP, then they get from the GP's basic information about the health state, health condition, and then the GP proposes the further path for the therapeutical purposes. This system was proposed at the end of 2017, then a break came because of the pandemic. It's difficult to speak about developing the system further faced with the disaster such as pandemic was. So we are hopeful that this path, that this model of reorganization of the healthcare system that had been proposed, we may also take off your mask so to be heard better. Jestem przekonany, że ten model organizacji systemu ochrony zdrowia
I believe that this healthcare model
zdecyduje w nieodległej perspektywie, oczywiście to zależy od determinacji decydentów,
dependent on the determination of decision makers and its implementation, that it will make the whole healthcare system more open towards patients and more efficient in a sense that, or to the extent that is expected by all the patients. I believe the foundation of this system should be safeguards. I think that PZU and the group should also give some kind of assurance that if something happens, you can count on it. Count on us. I believe that similar as with the therapies, the selection of the insurance package should be also very important. Well, indeed, helping in very difficult or certain tragic moments is embedded deeply in the DNA of our company. We are an insurer. And very often we are with our clients in various difficult moments. So we went through a moment of truth, and the patients actually could verify whether they can rely on us as we promised. And let me refer to the health insurance policies. Our health insurance policies are usually bought by employers. This year showed that they turned very quickly to PZU, asking for help and consultancy in the area of health. And in many cases, we were the first point of contact they turned to. We started offering them very reliable information from our doctors concerning the coronavirus, how to protect yourself. The first reliable information, because we can remember that we faced a lot of unreliable info, fake news and so on. I can remember this info line of yours, which we also recommended to our viewers, where you could dispel any doubts by calling them. Also, my PZU portal could also serve this purpose. Everybody could write on chat or send an email there. Indeed, that was our policy, to be widely available to our patients. Then the employers started asking for psychological help for their employees after the first lockdown, where people worked remotely and there was no contact with them. And the employers wanted to showcase the, let's say, the caretaking phase, also try to organize psychological help for them to the employees. However, not all the psychologists have competencies to provide help via telephone line. This is only the specialist group of teleservice psychologists, but this is what actually was granted to the patients, to the employers and the patients. Okay, what is the role of doctors in all this? We spoke about the difficulties in contacting doctors. Many people took this opportunity to learn who their GP is, or just to pick their GPs only at the moment of the pandemic. So what is the role of the doctor in all this? Well, if you look at the definition of the GP's role, if I may paraphrase the question, this definition says that GPs are the first line of contact, the first touch point, and the health services. This is the first employee with higher education whose task is to provide long-term care, provided that the patient declares that they want to be offered this care from this very specific GP and this center. So the next task is to gather knowledge and information about the condition of the patient, about the threats, risks coming from the way of life, way of nourishing themselves. So this is the person with the biggest knowledge of the patient, which is in the position to use this knowledge to identify certain disconcerting symptoms and either to resolve those issues as part of their competencies, or to refer the patients up to a higher tier of the healthcare system. Of course, not permanently. We wish that wherever it is possible, the GP, after the specialized consultation and the return by the patient with the test results from a specialist, that he or she uses this healthcare system as far as possible at the lowest tier.
We also want the family doctors to have more experience when it comes to diagnostic and preventive medicine. And we would like such family doctors, such GPs, to take part in the programs. For example, we have a program for cardiovascular disease, and we would like as many GPs as possible to take part of that. They could also collect samples for various tests. We want doctors to be able to take cytology tests and to have a database that would allow the doctor to ask the right questions. For example, a female patient comes and the doctor asks, okay, considering your age, have you undergone the following tests that should be carried out A lot still needs to be done. We know that the participation level in oncological screening programs is still unsatisfactory. This is why there is still a lot that needs to be done. And we should not put the whole burden on the shoulders of family doctors. However, they should become more involved. Professor Walewski will speak about the path to a specialist. 2 days ago, we had an International Day of Family Doctors, and family doctors said that they want to have more rights. They have the qualifications, the knowledge, and the experience that would allow them to carry out simple procedures, for example, simple surgical procedures. So, especially in small towns and villages, maybe the law should allow family doctors to carry out more procedures. Well, if we compare our system with the Western European systems, this is the direction that we should follow. Because it is a feature of our system that was positive during the pandemic. However, once we
pacjentów, to w szpitalach póki co rozwiązujemy, nie chcę powiedzieć większość, ale nadmiernie dużą liczbę problemów zdrowotnych,
we have too many hospital beds. There are procedures which can be carried out during the outpatient visits. So patients are referred to hospitals far too early. Yes, indeed, patients are referred to hospitals far too early by general practitioners, by family doctors. Patients, for many reasons, either avoid the healthcare system and they only visit a doctor when they are required to go to a hospital in order to undergo complex diagnostic procedures. However, outpatient care should be the direction that we should develop, and the role of family doctors, general practitioners should be greater. I work at a hospital and I have to admit hospitals have an important role to play. However, the preventive medicine should be located more at the family doctor and general practitioner level. So looking at this from the point of view of oncology, are patients referred to oncological centers, to specialists at the right time? Well, we still have a long way to go. This path is not as smooth as it should be. The very objective of creating the National Oncology Center network, and we are awaiting a law on this, is to make the path of patient that needs oncological treatment as quick and as smooth as possible. So if we look at the balance of procedures that are carried out at family practitioners and outpatient centers, and the hospital treatment still needs to be changed. A lot of patients are not used to going to the family practitioners. They believe that they should go to a hospital as soon as possible. And this needs to be changed. I am all for involving family doctors, general practitioners as much as possible. And we want the path of patients that require oncological treatment to be as quick and as smooth as possible. in oncology, the first step is the most important. If you make an error during this first stage, you may never have an opportunity to treat the patient during later stages. So
Pani
it's very
prezes,
important.
rola spółek Skarbu
Madam,
Państwa w tym, aby edukować, bo trzeba uczciwie
So,
powiedzieć, że
what
być
is the
może
role
problemem
of
bezpieczeństwa polskich pacjentów jest czasami też, nie chcę powiedzieć, że
companies,
zaniedbanie,
also
ale może
insurance companies,
niewystarczający
in
poziom wiedzy a propos
educating
profilaktyki.
patients?
I tutaj
Sometimes
również
patients do
ogromną
not
rolę
know
odegrają
enough
mają spółki Skarbu
about
Państwa, w tym
preventive
również
medicine,
państwa podmioty
preventive
w tym, aby
care,
doinformować, na
prophylactics
którym
in
etapie życia,
general.
w
So
którym momencie
maybe
powinniśmy
patients
się
should be
udać.
informed by companies such as yours
Tak, dokładnie. Zresztą
where they should go to,
profilaktyka
at what
to
stage
jest,
in their life. Yes, indeed,
można
preventive
powiedzieć, główny
care
filar naszej
is
nowej strategii
the main pillar of our
PZU
new
Zdrowia, ale też
strategy.
całej grupy
PZU Health.
Tutaj szereg pomysłów na to, jak
We have a whole
sprawić,
range
żeby
of ideas
ludzie
as to
żyli,
how we can make
Polacy, żeby
people
żyli zdrowiej,
live
ale też w dobrym
a
zdrowiu.
healthier life
Żeby żyli
and a
dłużej, ale
longer
też w dobrym
life.
zdrowiu oczywiście. Pyta Pan o spółki Skarbu Państwa. Tutaj myślę, że pandemia pokazała, że też w grupie siła, ponieważ te pierwsze spotkania właśnie w gronie spółek Skarbu Państwa były, wydawało mi się, że za wcześnie jeszcze, żeby mówić o pandemii wtedy było, ale to rzeczywiście już były pierwsze spotkania na poziomie spółek, gdzie rozmawialiśmy o tym, jak kto może rzeczywiście pomóc, mając tak dużą sieć
colleagues from other state-owned companies, and we discussed, and this was just before the onset of the pandemic, how we can reach our clients as we have branch offices throughout Poland.
Ogromna siła tego przekazu,
So
tej
we can
komunikacji, którą
spread the
możemy
message, we have
wykorzystać.
tools to
Więc jak najbardziej,
communicate
my o profilaktyce
effectively.
zaczęliśmy już mówić. Mamy świadomość tego,
We
że
are aware of the fact that
część z naszych klientów odłożyła
some of
te
our
te
clients
badania.
delay
Myśmy mieli nawet taką kampanię
the health
informacyjną
screening
zachęcającą do wizyt w
until
placówkach,
after the
ponieważ
pandemic, and we had a special campaign encouraging people to visit
placówek, ale też diagnostyki obrazowej, badań laboratoryjnych, więc one były czynne.
Encourage people to undergo tests and also
na początku
to
pandemii nie chcieli korzystać. Myśmy zapewniali, że tam jest bezpiecznie, że należy się badać, że nie należy tych badań odkładać. I pod koniec roku
scans,
ten
for
poziom,
example.
poziom wizyt wrócił do normalności.
And towards the end of 2020, we managed to achieve a situation where patients no longer delayed their visits. And some of these services that we provide are commercial. Patients pay for it, and still they were eager to carry out the tests. So we have a model
leczenia. Mam tu na
in
myśli
which patients
która też
decide
miała
about
oczywiście na
whether
początku
they
pandemii
prefer
dość taką
telemedicine
złą,
or they
możliwość
want to
odmiennej
visit a
dostępności
doctor
służby
in
zdrowia.
person.
Nas,
Early
jako
during the
to
pandemic,
nie dotyczyło. I w tej chwili
people
pacjent
complained
decyduje o tym,
about
czy wybiera tą
patients not being
wizytę
able to
medyczną,
visit
ale
doctors.
zawsze
However,
oczywiście
for
ma
some patients,
możliwość
such
tej wizyty
telemedicine was the
skorzystać z takiego
most
wirtualnego
convenient
gabinetu. To
path.
też zaobserwowałem
Yes,
Państwa na stronie
indeed, some
internetowej, że
patients can
wchodzisz
actually
i
visit
w
a
sposób intymny możesz porozmawiać.
virtual
10 minut i
dokładnie,
diagnoza
tak
gotowa.
zwana
To wtedy-
wirtualna przychodnia.
to pewnie też
outpatient
jest
clinic, and they can have a private conversation, an online conversation with their physician.
Ale panie prezesie, w tym poczuciu bezpieczeństwa Polaków
So when we
ważne
speak
jest,
about,
aby od wschodu po zachód, od północy po południe ta opieka była na podobnym poziomie. Czy my dziś w Polsce możemy mówić o równości,
feeling
jeżeli chodzi
of
o szerokość
security?
geograficzną miejsca zamieszkania?
Well, does
Albo
it
inaczej, co zrobić, aby
depend
zniwelować
on
pewne różnice
geographical
dostępu do
location?
specjalistów?
So
Do lekarzy,
what
nawet
can we
POZ-u,
do
w tych
in order to
miejscowościach, gdzie
alleviate the
onkologa jeszcze nie
differences when it comes to access to specialists, and in particular when it comes to oncological treatment?
Jeżeli mówimy o
Well,
pewnych zjawiskach
if we talk
mierzalnych,
about
które
different
Narodowy
phenomena
Fundusz
that
Zdrowia
we
ma
can
możliwość
measure,
monitorować
and the National
i
Health
interpretować
Fund
te
is
dysproporcje,
monitoring the
próbować jakichś
disproportionate
zaraz, że to
access
oczywiście
to
w aspekcie terytorialnym
specialists.
dostępność
Indeed, there
geograficzna
are
jest w miarę
territorial
zrównoważona. Wiadomo, że
differences.
kwestia
However, they are
zatrudnienia w
not
niektórych obszarach jest
big.
również różna,
The
więc to
density of
determinuje też,
population
jak
differs from one
dostępność
part
tej
of Poland to
podstawowej formy
another.
kontaktu, jaką jest lekarz POZ. Jeszcze odnosząc się do poprzedniego wątku dyskusji, chciałbym jeszcze
And going back to something that you
nadmienić przy
discussed
okazji,
before,
że
I would like to mention that it is very important to build more confidence in family doctors, in general practitioners amongst our citizens. We want people to feel certain that most of their health problems can be dealt with by family doctors. And when we talk about more specialized services, we always check whether there are blank spots on the map when it comes to specialist care. There are locations in Poland where we are not able to contract specialists. So this is the question of geographical access. Apart from that, of course, we also measure whether patients have to wait longer in some parts of Poland than in other parts of Poland when they want to visit a specialist. So we are trying to make sure that we do all we can in order to alleviate the disproportions. The Minister of Health has already announced that there will be no limits to the number of visits or services by specialists. This is an element of the minister's plan to make up for the delay in the diagnostics that accumulated during the pandemic. So patients will have more access to specialists. This should happen soon. Minister of Health has already announced this.
W tym wymiarze na pewno się poprawi. Takie działania, które już się wydarzyły, diagnostykę obrazową, bardzo wpłynęło to na skrócenie kolejek.
Patients already do not have to wait long for the MRIs or tomography or ultrasonography, as there are no limits for such examinations. It will take a number of months for us to see whether the situation is improving. We have to wait for reports to be submitted, and we will see whether we have increased the capacity of the system. We had some financial constraints, and these financial constraints will be removed. And hopefully we will be able to use the capacity of our healthcare system to a greater extent. In my work as a journalist, I tried to respond to questions submitted by our viewers, and we saw that there is a certain weakness in terms of education. We teach children about biology, about details, but we do not teach them about things that are important. For example, what specialist deals with what health problems, and what is the difference between different OTC drugs and prescription medicine. Yes, indeed, we should increase the public's awareness. This is something that should be improved. So indeed, there is a gap in terms of education, and we should educate people in various directions. For example, what is the role of supplements, the OTC drugs that have a very small role in improving health, and Poles tend to spend a lot on these drugs. And then the second element that we should look at is educating people about how much they can improve their health if they feel responsible for their own health condition. People are sometimes not aware of the fact that in order to enjoy good health in 5 or 10 years' time, we should do certain things here and now. We should know more about risk factors. We should know more about lifestyle in terms of healthy living. So I believe that as early as possible, we should introduce into the curricula of schools subjects such as healthy living, for example. Professor Walewski, would it make oncologists' life easier if we educated people early on the healthy diet, healthy lifestyle? For example, we are faced with the problem of obesity amongst Polish children. So will it help oncologists if people had led a healthier lifestyle? Well, it is something that has already been studied. Approximately 50% of cancer cases could be avoided simply by following simple rules. For example, smoking. 30% of cancer cases could be avoided if people refrained from smoking. And I mean not only traditional cigarettes, but also the so-called electronic cigarettes. The second aspect is active lifestyle. Sport. So if people were to refrain from smoking and if they were more active in terms of practicing sports, our situation in terms of prevalence of cancer would improve greatly.
I to się, panie profesorze, niestety nie zmieniło, bo
well, unfortunately, this is still something that we need to change in terms of education, but our Minister of Education has assured us that curricula will be modified. So, promoting sport amongst children and youth is very positive. Is your company involved in it? Because it is so much better to prevent than to cure, isn't it? Yes, indeed. PZU
dziedzinie życia, mówię tutaj wspieramy, tak, bo począwszy od kultury,
involved in supporting not only culture, art, but also
wielu obiektów, wielu
sports. We fund sporting events. Also at a local level, we support initiatives that are very important for local communities. We
najnowsza nasza współpraca z Igą Świątek, myślę,
support, for example, Iga Świątek, our young tennis star, and I hope this will have a very positive impact on promoting active lifestyle and sport. And during the pandemic, children were not able to carry out certain activities, so we should teach them to
na swoich córkach i wiem, ile
become more active. I know it as a mother. I did see the situation that my daughters were in. So our strategy includes a health ecosystem solution. We want to reach individuals. We want to provide consultation in order to improve their health, and we want to offer individual products and that will help people to look after their health, not only in terms of healthcare, but well-being and promoting active lifestyle and healthy diet.
Cyclists, amateur cyclists, can concur because it is much easier to roam the streets if you have at the back of your head the feeling that there is someone around to assist you in case of emergency. So, National Health Fund, we hear that your organization is working on a platform that takes a page from the UK's book. Well, indeed, but we're sort of focused on the Danish accomplishments. This is the next step in the evolution of our product that we have just launched a couple of weeks ago. I will dwell on that in a moment, but when we speak about prevention, let's remind ourselves about Lalonde's concept, which has never been debunked. What the professor said about how your behavior impacts your resilience to oncology diseases. Over 50% of your health status depends or hinges on your lifestyle. 20% on what you don't influence, namely what you have in your genes. The next 20% is our environment, and only 10% is the healthcare system. So if we are talking about the proportions of responsibility for your health, what is allocated to the state and to the citizen, then it seems that the state, welfare state, can impact only 10% of your health condition. Well, on top of that comes the environmental issue, of course. So please remind yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, how much lies in your hands, that the healthcare system should not be a paternalistic mold that it is the state who knows better what the citizens need, but the bulk of the responsibility for your health should rest on the shoulders of a well-educated society. This is the foundation. Now, let's come back on our new initiative, namely the first touchpoint platform with a hotline number. This is a complementary measure to the existing system. It should complement the ad hoc assistance help, such as after 6 p.m. on workdays and 24 hours on weekends. For the citizens who experience some basic problems that are very easy to resolve, for example, by having a prescription issued, so that they don't need to go to the hospital, to the emergency stations. You can possibly remember the advertising campaign for the emergency wards. 80% of the people, according to the surveys, who visit emergency wards didn't have come because they have problems that could have been resolved otherwise. So this is what we want to offer in a safe manner, by guaranteeing that as doctors and nurses who work there, equipped with the ability to write prescriptions and do some diagnostics, will resolve many issues, health-associated issues. But if the patient comes, which cannot be resolved remotely, will receive an indication to where they should come for consultation immediately, for example, in the overnight mode or during the weekend. So this access number is available on our websites. We will also advertise it in the media. So this is the youngest child of ours that is now maturing. The next stage, as of January 2022, we will try to come closer to the Danish model that we want to replicate in Poland. You said, Doctor, that the foundation of this medical behaviors is underlined by behavioral patterns. The interest for securing your health, making your health safer, is it more active in the Polish households? Did COVID-19 actually brought us on the right track? I think that what we can see most clearly is the behavior of, the behaviors of employers years,
a przede wszystkim
there was a
pracownicy
huge
zrezygnowali z
interest
tego benefitu. Często podczas
in
tego
those
roku
consultations. The
jednak,
employers didn't relinquish the benefits.
Musieli
Over the
ze
past
względów
year,
oczywiście finansowych,
they had
ekonomicznych
to
zrezygnować z niektórych benefitów oferowanych pracownikom.
eliminate
Często po
certain
prostu oni z nich
benefits
nie korzystali,
for
tak? No, kluby fitness były
financial
zamknięte, więc
reasons. Some of the benefits couldn't have been utilized at all. For example, the fitness centers were closed, so these membership cards were actually slashed in the first place. However, the medical care is the most widespread benefit and the most attractive ones that employers offer their employees. Also in the form of teleconsultations.
Można powiedzieć, że nam się otworzyło
So we can say that
bardzo dużo
a great
różnych
deal of windows of
po
opportunity
pandemii. Jesteśmy tą
opened
branżą,
for
która
us.
rzeczywiście
We are an
mimo tego
industry
trudnego roku,
that,
mimo
despite
naprawdę
a difficult
ogromnego
year
wysiłku,
behind us and tremendous effort,
który włożyliśmy,
that we have
to mimo wszystko
contributed,
widzimy bardzo dużo
we
szans
see
na rozwój.
a lot
Ale to też
of
właśnie
opportunities for
temu,
growth,
dzięki między innymi tym
thanks, among
rozwiązaniom
other
właśnie
things, to
oferowanym
the
przez
solutions
system publiczny,
that the public system offers,
jak właśnie e-recepta, jak
such as the
rozwój internetowego
e-prescription,
konta pacjenta.
the
I tutaj jak
development
najbardziej
of the
właśnie przez okres
patient's
pandemii
internet
dużo ludzi
accounts and so on.
przez na przykład
Over
przez
the
to, że
period of the
zachorowali na
pandemic,
koronawirusa, w ogóle
many
zwróciło
people,
uwagę,
because
czy ma
they
jakiegoś
fell
lekarza
sick
pierwszego
with
kontaktu, tak? Kiedy
with
ostatnio
coronavirus,
był u lekarza.
suddenly
Jest
wake
internetowe
up to
konto pacjenta,
realization that
ponieważ tam mieli skierowanie na test, ponieważ
they
tam mieli
need a
informacje
contact
o
with CP,
szczepieniu,
they need to get informed
więc
who
i
their
w
GP
ogóle
is.
zaczęli myśleć o swoim zdrowiu.
They
Tak?
started
Na przykład po
thinking
przechorowaniu na
about
koronawirusa,
their
dopiero teraz
health
interesują
in
się,
general after
jakie
going
przechowywanie
through
mogą
a
mieć,
COVID infection
skutki
only.
uboczne. Dopiero teraz
They
pomyśleli
become
o
interested
swoim
and
zdrowiu, że
the
warto jednak
aftermath
pójść się
and
przebadać pod różnym
that they
kątem.
want to
Więc ja cały
get,
czas upatruję tutaj jednak takich
have themselves
szans i
examined
pozytywów właśnie
from various
po
points
tym
of view. So
okresie
this is,
pandemii. Ja już mówię
I
po, bo
believe,
już
a
trochę tak.
positive result of the pandemic. I'm
Mamy
saying
nadzieję, że
after
te postępy
pandemic, but
zostaną,
let's
tej
hope
większej
that
aktywności, jeżeli
we are really
chodzi o
past
myślenie o
the
własnym
worst
bezpieczeństwie. Panie
of
profesorze,
this
cały
illness.
czas fundamentem również bezpiecznej terapii,
So
zapewnienia
doctor, the
bezpieczeństwa jest taka
foundation of
świadomość,
the
że jeżeli coś
secure
złego mi się dzieje,
therapy is
to mogę
the
korzystać z takich samych metod, jak mój rówieśnik na
awareness that
zachodzie, w krajach wysoko
when
rozwiniętych,
something happens,
tam,
I am
gdzie
able
często
to
leczenie również jest
use the
przekierowywane.
same methods as my peers in Western
Z
Europe.
tym poradzili. Pytanie jest, czy dzisiaj Polak chorujący na
Today,
nowotwory
if
może
an
korzystać i ma zagwarantowane poczucie
cancer
bezpieczeństwa
sick
w tym, że
Paul
skorzysta z takich samych
can
technologii,
use the same
najwyższych
technologies
światowych klas,
of the
jak jego
highest,
rówieśnik w Stanach Zjednoczonych,
best of
czy chociażby
class
nawet w
as
Arabach.
people in the US or
W
Arab
zasadzie
Emirates.
tak. Mówię w
In
zasadzie,
principle,
bo
yes,
są
I'm
pewne
saying in principle,
innowacje
because there are
wysoce
certain innovations that are very advanced,
dopiero przebijają się u nas i
which
metoda
are gradually
dostępu
gaining foothold
do
in Poland,
opracowania. Jest kilka takich
and
takich
we are
ale z drugiej strony
we are
trzeba
working on
powiedzieć,
it.
że to, co pan mówi,
But
że
what you said,
taka sama opieka
that
w Stanach Zjednoczonych,
the same standard of healthcare as in the USA, which implies that you put forward the USA as the authoritative golden
To może
sample,
być stereotyp.
jest trochę
would
stereotyp.
be or is a stereotype. I spent some time in the US I work there with and without doctor's license, so I could possibly evaluate their system. That was the time. Those were the times when new technologies have been surfaced, and I would say that I wouldn't actually transplant many of those solutions into Poland, because it seems that the fee-for-service actually inflated the hyperactivism on the part of the medical service. I believe that rational therapy is the foundation. This is what the patient can reasonably expect, so that therapy meets in the optimum way meets the needs of the patient.
Tego, co pan zapytał, czyli dostępności wszystkich
We
sprawdzonych
do
metod.
not have 100% availability of all the proven methodologies. I hope, therefore, that what has been announced in the New Deal for Poland, namely
przez
funkcjonowanie funduszu medycznego,
the medical fund, which will sponsor access to the latest technologies, that will definitely materialize. There are three paths that should be utilized. I don't think that all the specialists know about this, because those three tracks require certain involvement and determination on the part of the doctor. For example, I see often situations that patients can be provided a drug that is not refunded in Poland, and if the doctor used the opportunity for emergency provision of the be the case. Also, another thing is the provision of advanced therapies by the medical fund, which is also dependent on the activity of the medication evaluation agency, because it's only once the agency puts a product on a list of approved products can this product be funded from this fund, financed from the fund. And there is also the third path that I mentioned, namely competitions of the medical research agency. For example, immunotherapies, which we hope will be implemented in the refund system by establishing Polish production lines. When we discuss those topics in the media, I had a case where Robert Kwiatkowski, Dr. Kwiatkowski, called me, your colleague. He told me that they have better environment, but we have at least the same capabilities. So can we state that the medical staff that we have in Poland guarantees state-of-the-art therapies? I believe so. We've been educating more and more excellent doctors, and also we provide them the environment in the hospitals to deploy the capabilities by using the equipment that is no worse than the Western Europe. There are but a few departments where we actually linger behind the Western Europe.
Sam kilkakrotnie przyjmowałem gości z zagranicy, z bardzo bogatych krajów Europy Zachodniej, którzy byli zaskoczeni, widząc tu w Warszawie,
Western European countries who were quite surprised by seeing what we have in Warsaw, for example. They told me that it's just one hospital in their respective country which has such equipment. So we tend to underestimate what we have, and definitely what we need to do is to apply more efficiently the staff and the equipment that we have in order to use it for health provision for the society at large. So this is not only the opportunity for patients, but also for the specialists. This is what's happening in your centers. So the medical personnel are not left to their own devices, but they can also use the PZU resources. Actually, yes, we have opened the so-called telemedicine center where we recruit specialists. And we started with pediatricians and general practitioners, but we have also several other specialist doctors. And we have established this cooperation on a permanent basis. Because we're looking for a permanent partnership with doctors. This is the only way we can offer the expected quality.
Dokładnie.
Right.
Więc w tej placówce rzeczywiście będziemy testować również rozwiązania telemedyczne. I myśląc o rozwoju, na pewno idziemy w tym kierunku. Na pewno idziemy w kierunku teleopieki, która również zwiększy dostępność
are pursuing. We are also pursuing the telecare, telemedication, which will help us actually access those white spots on the maps which are deprived of specialized medical assistance. We are past the pilot phase and are very proud of this pilot phase. We were collaborating on this with the Ministry of Health, namely the household monitoring platform. For the COVID purposes, we distributed pulse oximeters connected to the internet, and they were actually monitored by doctors. The number of those devices has declined as the COVID pandemic, and we have alerted the ambulance service 5,000 times. These were the patients whose condition worsened so much that they required hospitalization, admitted to hospitals. But most of the people went through COVID at home, so thereby avoiding occupying the hospital slots. At the same time, they remained monitored by a specialist, and they have this feeling of security. They could be safe at home in a secure way. I'm talking about the pilot project in this context because this was the first attempt to establish a 24/7 method of monitoring healthcare status of our patients. We are going to extend that opportunity for cardiac diseases, for example. And we have accumulated experience from the pilot projects. We have established a good working relationship with a household patient who can be monitored by a doctor. I was listening in the conversations that our doctors were having with the patients, and the patients were quite surprised that doctors call them and ask about their conditions. And they are entitled to have a doctor online by 30 minutes, who would issue a prescription or diagnose a problem, if any. So the telecare is, I think, the way forward, the road for all of us that we want to pursue.
Pytanie, na ile to również stereotyp i hasło
To the
medialne, a na ile to prawda?
to what
A
extent
propos
is it a
dostępności samych
stereotype,
lekarzy. COVID-19
and
pokazał, że
to
my
what extent is
styfikowaliśmy
it
dyplomy
true
lekarzy. Środowisko
availability
medyczne się przed tym broniło.
of doctors
Przed pandemią
at
wszyscy
large?
protestowali, aby przepisywać te dyplomy z krajów wschodnich. Teraz to się już
Was
działo.
a resistance to admitting Eastern countries doctors. Do we have deficit of doctors? Is it the way forward? How we can actually handle this insecurity? Or deficit, rather? Indeed, the deficit of doctors came to prominence in specific locations such as intensive care wards, of course, transmissible diseases, but no healthcare system has ever been prepared to handle such a dramatic rise in their specialties, in the need for those specialties. No country can afford maintaining 30 or 40% reserves in specialized doctors or in beds, in fact. When it comes to the solutions that deregulate the provision of doctors' profession, that deregulation has facilitated and the final onslaught are dealing with that situation. However, I wouldn't overestimate the solution because the migration of the Eastern European doctors, very well educated, such as chief doctors of medical wards who are hugely experienced. But this is not the right way forward to rectify certain shortcomings. when speaking about material aid would be to have a system in place to reallocate our resources. It seems that the pyramid of benefits is reversed. For example, we have a surplus of medical beds that determines the number of medical personnel. We need to have more people dedicated to ambulatory care rather than hospitals. So I believe that shouldn't speak about the numbers, but rather about the problems in reallocation or allocation of doctors.
The migration, the scale of migration when it comes to impact on the net result, how many new doctors come into the system and how many doctors leave the system. So the dynamics in the system was the greatest soon after Poland's accession to the EU. Now the situation has changed. The wages in the healthcare system have improved. And another important aspect is, of course, the purchasing power of your wages in Poland. Working conditions are also important. A lot has changed for the better. We have better infrastructure, better equipment. We can still improve a lot when it comes to how healthcare is organized. We are approaching the end of our panel, so let me ask one more thing. Managing the funds that will be increased, we will reach over 6% of GDP. What will it change? Well, I hope that this will end this very painful situation that highly specialized centers found themselves in. For 10 years, costs have been growing very dynamically. For example, in our oncology center in 2012, the cost in our turnover were approximately 30%. Now it is over 50%. All the prices have gone up. All the new technologies are more and more expensive. And during the pandemic, we also had to spend a lot on personal protection. So I hope that this increased budget will improve functioning of the system. And of course, we need more doctors. There is a generational gap that we have to deal with, and this is one of the objectives of our oncological strategy. So what are your hopes connected with more funding for healthcare? Well, we hope that this will make it possible to remove all the limits, greater financial resources that you have just mentioned is a big difference. We are also speaking about making the management of the healthcare system more efficient. And that would be very important. We are also hearing that there will be a new agency established, and its objective would be to restructure the hospitals. So this 12% from our
recovery plan
that will go to the healthcare system will hopefully be used in order to improve the system and not to maintain its deficiencies. So before we conclude, Madam, I know there are funds that will become available. We can also hope for economic growth. So you will have to provide more services because as our citizens become more wealthy, they will be able to afford more services. Well, I am happy that health is an important element of our recovery plan and also the new Polish Order program.
Mówiłam, oni przez ten okres teraz ostatni sobie uświadomili, co jest w życiu najważniejsze. Oczywiście
patients are now more aware of the fact that health and healthy living is very important, if not the most important thing in your life. So I hope people will use these additional services. They will purchase healthcare policies and that will cover themselves and their families. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for this very interesting panel. Madam Janiczek, Professor Jan Walewski from the National Oncology Center, Professor Gielerak, the head of Military Health Hospital in Warsaw, and Mr. Waśko, Deputy President of the National Health Fund. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention. Round of applause for our panelists. And our experts are now available to the media. And I would now like to encourage you to watch and listen to our next panel.
Prosimy już... Prosimy już o zajmowanie miejsc. Szanowni Państwo, zapraszam teraz na panel Bezpieczeństwo energetyczne. W rozmowie wezmą udział prezes Instytutu Globalizacji Tomasz Teluk, specjalista do spraw bezpieczeństwa energetycznego z Biura Bezpieczeństwa Narodowego Paweł Turowski, dyrektor działu analiz Europejskiego Centrum Projektów Pozarządowych Tomasz Schulz, a rozmowę poprowadzi redaktor Grzegorz Górny. Zapraszam.
Panel will be moderated by Grzegorz Górny.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa serdecznie.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our panel will be dedicated to the energy security, and let me begin by mentioning a recent decision by Joe Biden's administration. President Biden announced that sanctions will be lifted for some of the companies that take part in the Nord Stream 2 project. This project will be concluded soon, and this is a discontinuation of the policy of President Trump's administration. He wanted to block this investment for political and economic reasons. Political reason being the fact that Russia is an aggressive state, which can be felt by neighboring states, and Mr. Trump said we're not going to feed the beast, that we have to fight in the future. And there was an economic reason. United States want to be present on the European natural gas market, and this is why President Trump decided to block this investment. Well, the next president, President Biden, decided to change this decision. So my question would be, what would be the real impact on our energy security? Dr. Tomasz Teluk. As you have said, President Joe Biden said there will be no sanctions for the main company that constructs Nord Stream 2, and he justified this by the need of building good transatlantic relations. So the United States see Germany as the main partner in Europe. This is something that was clearly seen, and as this gas pipe is almost completed, and it was very unlikely to stop it successfully. What does it mean for Europe? For the rest of Europe, it means more and more dependency on the supplies of natural gas from Russia. Although, frankly speaking, compared to Central Europe, this dependency is not so high. Approximately 30% of natural gas comes from Russia, although this share will probably increase because Germany will probably re-export some of the gas. So the Central Europe is dependent on Russian gas in 60%. And here I mean the countries that are part of the Three Seas initiatives. There are countries such as Slovakia and Hungary that are totally dependent on natural gas from Russia. And of course, as they also purchase natural gas from Germany, at the end they will purchase Russian gas. Poland, compared to other countries that are part of the Three Seas initiative, is not as dependent. We have our own natural gas. We have also made major investments initiated by late President Lech Kaczyński. We will have Baltic Pipe. We have Szczecin, Świnoujście and Gdańsk. terminals. We will also be connected to gas pipe from Lithuania that is connected to Finland. So we are building this cobweb of gas pipes. So the construction of Nord Stream 2 will not have a direct impact on our economy. However, we perceive this project as a political one. It makes it possible for Russia to pressure states, to also blackmail states simply by turning off gas supplies. We can see it in Ukraine, we can see it in Belarus. So this is the most dangerous thing. Well, there are other threats in terms of energy security of Poland, and it is connected to coal. European Union is using its new Green Deal in order to decarbonize. So my question to Paweł Turowski would be whether this is not going to become a threat to our economic development, because we will be forced to stop using an energy source that Polish economy is based on. Well, all that is happening as part of energy transformation is a community project. It is a project that is being carried out by the European community. European Commission has a leading role. However, the whole idea originated in Germany, in the Federal Republic. So if we look at this, we see an attempt to build an economic advantage of one economy over others. This is certainly an instrument that it will be a shock. It will also make some countries winners and some other countries losers. So the question is whether we will be in a position similar to Greece, Spain, Portugal, the countries that are recipients of German projects and German ideas that are then taken over by the European Commission and become community projects, or maybe we will be able to catch up and to become one of the leaders. So we have to decide on our new economic model. Poland as a country is trying to make decisions similar to Hipolit Cegielski's decisions at the end of the 19th century. We do not want to become a loser, because the change is a drastic one. We are under a lot of pressure, and the decision-making centers defined the problems and chose instruments that are to be applied, and we simply have to adapt to this situation. Thomas Schulz studies these very phenomena that have been mentioned by Mr. Turowski. So there is this question of trade in emissions as an instrument to control the market. And it has some very tangible impacts on the Polish and on Poland's energy security. So my question is, do you share the opinion presented by the previous speaker? Are we able to adapt quickly? Well, unfortunately, the trapdoor has already closed, and it is connected with 2018, when the emission rights became a financial instrument. As a result, the prices skyrocketed, and they are now at the level of 50 to 54 euros per ton of CO2 emissions. In 2018, it was 4 to 8 euro per ton of CO2 emissions. Since 2018, over 200 investment funds speculate on this market. And indeed, it is those funds that impact the prices. And our energy mix is based 70% based on coal. The price of megawatt hour in Poland depends on the fuel and the emissions prices in 95%. So by the middle of this year, we may find out that Polish energy companies will have to deduct from their value because they will have to purchase emissions at very high prices. PGE purchased emission rights last year for 6 billion zlotys. So if I understand correctly, the emissions market is subject to speculations and prices of emissions can basically, I mean, the sky is the limit for the price. Well, some people say that towards the end of the year we can expect 100 to 150 euros per ton of CO2 emissions. The emissions certificate system will be reviewed until the end of June. Construction and transport will become part of the system, and more companies will have to buy emission rights. 20 megawatts is the threshold right now. It may be lowered or maybe it may be removed. Well, in order to make everyone aware how drastic this change is, we can say that until recently, Poland was one of the least energy import dependent countries. We ranked just after Denmark. Denmark was a net exporter, and we only had to import 20%, and that was thanks to access to inexpensive, locally available fuel, and that is hard coal. And we could expect another 200 years of this fuel being available. And we can see from the problems of the Turów mine that we can expect more and more attacks. So what we want to use as a replacement for coal, should it be nuclear energy, should it be renewables? Because we need to make up for this deficit in energy sources. So we started by speaking about coal. So we are touching upon one of the most important economic policies of the 21st century. The economy is not developing based on the supply and demand because there is this administrative framework.
These tools and incentives are new taxes and various other instruments that are geared towards eliminating certain technologies and raw materials, replacing them with what is actually liked by a political center. So the rise in price of the power tax, such as ETS, which is actually an additional tax on using coal for energy production, is something that is firmly rooted in the strategic emissions. As we look at the previous Polish documents, which estimated that for emitting 1 ton of CO2, that this cost will be up to 100 euro, this was known beforehand. So certain technologies are preferred. For example, coal is first slated to be eliminated, then probably the natural gas will be slated for elimination too. We will wait and see what happens with nuclear energy, because Germany would like to swap nuclear power for windmills. So the main tool, executive tool of those policies is the increasing cost of CO2 emissions. These ETS are actually pays which are bound to be covered by an exchange and then can be actually destroyed if needed. Now the Polish state seems to be in a position that in order to in addition to things like trade unions, there is another group of pressures which we need to embrace, because we will be actually the last car in the whole European Union train. Well, the energy policy until 2040 was estimated 20-30 euro per ton. This price was achieved last year. The mechanism, we are talking about the mechanism though, which will lead to the fact that certain technologies are cost effective or not. It seems that in the moment gas, which is a transitory transition fuel, will cease to be profitable too. Because the price that is estimated for 2030 can be achieved right now. And EU have calculated for technologies that are profitable. For example, hydrogen starts being profitable upwards of 55 euro per ton as CO2 emissions. Maybe there is CCS technology that is not or that is undervalued because they are profitable upwards of 60, so the price would have to go up for this technology to become profitable. But we are also speaking about costs. The transformation, power transformation involves huge costs. It is estimated that the whole project will cost 1 to 2 trillion zlotys, which is a gigantic amount of money, requiring lots of investment on the infrastructure, especially transmission systems and also in production. There are also new investments by Orlen and by refining.
Byliśmy przygotowani do przerobu wyłącznie surowca z Rosji, że
we used to be prepared to process only the Russian imported raw materials, which remains at 70% the main source of natural oil. Let's wait and see what the consumer says, because it was in Poland that the electricity prices went up last year by 10%, which is the highest number. So it seems from what you're saying that energy is not a normal part of economy where free market rules apply. Rather than that, there is a tax burden that makes countries who usually would be faring well under normal free market conditions, securing their energy needs, stop faring well because the cost of ETS papers question or undermine the competitiveness of the economy. And many areas of the industry are starting facing bankruptcy by imposing the cost of transformation on the consumers. Are we able to say no and get rid of the European mechanism, or are we actually
po decyzjach
ośrodka kierowniczego widać, że based on decisions of those in power, it seems that we want to participate in this race, entering it at the early phase without or bypassing this stage of resistance. But if we look at the power sector from the other side, let's look at this. In the middle of 1990s, Germany owned just a few patents in renewables. It was 1994 where the Federal Republic of Germany drew the first millions of ENG for renewable energy research. Now, this area of the economy is more than 20%. So we are looking at a centrally controlled political situation, which is divergent of the Anglo-Saxon model. If Germany's GDP is estimated at 2.5 billion euro, 20% is a very big amount. It's nearly €500 million. So this part of the GDP of Germany was constructed within more than a decade using intelligence tools inspired by the government. So this shows how this policy works. Next, these mechanisms were made common for the EU by putting forward certain requirements for everybody in the EU. So we are confronted with new legislation, but also on the part of demand there is this suction, because all the EU tools and subsidies have 1/3 of those renewable requirements, and we need to actually use those. To sum it up, we are in a very difficult position. We'll need to jump, to make a more tremendous leap than the other countries, but not entering this mechanism will actually push out into peripheries in a lasting way, preventing further growth. Let me add that we can observe it as we speak. The actions by the Germans creating the green hydrogen market. People say that 45,000 jobs will be created in the hydrogen industry, and €7 billion was the earmark for development of technologies, plus €2 billion for promoting such solutions. And this happens in the countries which have a great potential. The Persian Gulf countries, North Africa, the Germans provide technologies in Saudi Arabia or Oman. The question rises, though, if the renewable energy sources can really provide security, energy security of a country. We've had an example earlier this year that because of certain environmental conditions, atmospheric conditions, the system actually refused to operate in Texas, in Sweden, in Bavaria, among others, because on one hand side the photovoltaic panels were covered by snow, on the other there was no wind, and if not but for the imports of electricity, such as the Czech Republic helping Austria and Bavaria, then the German-speaking countries would be confronted with a lack of electricity, and Texas had nowhere to import electricity from, and they endured a breakdown, blackout for a couple of days. So the question is if the renewable energy source system is actually able or capable of providing electricity security. This is indeed a very important question. We don't have climate conditions such as Morocco, where the largest solar farm has been put into operation worldwide, or there is another with a bigger one, which is under construction in China, where you enjoy a lot of sunlight. In Poland, the weather is rather variable, so you need to take that into consideration. The idea of building offshore farms and involvement of the state treasury in those projects is okay. We don't know how to do it. We are still looking for solutions. As the previous speaker said, new technologies will emerge, which are getting more and more effective. We don't know yet if they will be cheaper, because this was the first year where the cost of the green technologies stopped going down. So the question is whether the renewables would provide us with the operating comfort that we grown to enjoy based on coal. Well, if the renewables secure a stable system, this is where we learn what we learned in a couple of years in Germany, where a huge hub will be put into operation, provided by up to 70% supplied by the Russian gas. And then we will probably learn that all the gas-fueled plants are classified as environmental friendly. I think that whatever happens in the power system, if lots of money is pumped in that area, which makes it the largest industry of the 21st century, the consequence will be that the power generation, that, as we know it today, undergoes huge transformation. I believe that self-reliance in the electricity production will be confronted with regulations, because the regulations, well, I saw a presentation by German experts who tried to predict what the world will look like in 2050 in Europe. And there was a kind of web where Germany was the center and everybody is assigned to this web. So we are facing a very serious industrial policy of Germany, which is geared towards building a huge industry, since two areas, automotive and machine building, is now tantamount to the reusable energy sources. It seems that the benefits for the German economy by imposing demand for the renewable sources, that creates value added. So probably this actually put in balance by the political sources. So this is why we are confronted with that pressure. But if we put on the balance scales the price of emissions and especially gas, we are going to actually be confronted with the problem of defining a strategic goal that leads or that drives this transformation forward. So who is going to make money on this? Because when it comes to the countries which have no energy or fuel deposits, it seems that Germany will be at the forefront and everybody else will be paying Germany. Am I right in assuming so? I do share your opinion to a large extent.
Tutaj też pojawia się taki pomysł, że można by było
Well, the idea has surfaced that we have floated that we should invest in renewable sources in other countries. For example, select third world countries where beneficial atmospheric conditions are prevalent. For example, deserts, half deserts, semi-deserts, close to seashores, close to seashores. It seems that several European countries have selected this path. Is it not the right way to actually run away from the system? Let's revert to Germany. It seems that Germany is not going to provide for themselves green hydrogen supply at the right level, and they will have to import it up to 45 million tons. So for them, this is a creation of value chain, where you, for example, built projects in Saudi Arabia, where ThyssenKrupp provides electrolyzers, or the United Arab Emirates, where Siemens as well building the first installation, pilot installation, for the money that comes from hydrocarbons. Since 2019, research has been ongoing on the Arab Peninsula when it comes to the number of days with wind and solar incandescents to select the best slots for PV farms as big as gigawatt capacity, especially in uninhabited areas. The other country where it's been happening, where the European, American, or Australian concerns are involved, is Australia, where electricity or hydrogen is produced especially for Japanese market. When it comes to energy transfers or transmission, the proximity will be decisive, because the further away the production sources are located, the bigger losses are to be expected. So the geography will be definitely restraining such or limiting such investments. Right, as part of the post-COVID European Recovery Fund, lots of money should be injected in individual countries, part of which will be earmarked for a new Green Deal. Poland will receive 200 billion euros. What is the way this money is going to be spent? Will that money stay in Poland, or will they float back to Western Europe, to Germany in the first place? Because it turns out that it's Germany which has the greatest and the latest technologies in production of the renewable sources, and this is where we are going to buy that equipment from. Or is there an opportunity that this money stays in Poland, which will drive the economy forward to renew the sector from a technology perspective? What is your take on this matter?
Zawsze jest tak, że ten, kto ustala reguły gry, czyli cały system normatywny, zawsze zwycięży, ponieważ ustawia go pod siebie. Jeśli zwrócimy uwagę na to, jak wygląda wydatkowanie pieniędzy z funduszu odbudowy, popatrzmy, mamy ponad 200 miliardów złotych, z czego państwo polskie pożyczyło ponad 60%.
Out of which 60% was incurred as a loan, and the policies are in line with the European Commission, and most of that decision is coming from Berlin. So the money that we are at our disposal, that are available at our disposal, are actually regulated by the parameters, which are just beneficial just for one economy. So as far as I can understand, the leaders of the country want to spend this money so that we embrace the technologies as quickly as possible, because we are talking not only about a change in the generation technologies, but also in other areas of the economy, such as transportation. So if we look at how this money is earmarked, we see also electric mobility fitting there. Another thing, so we are looking at the electric cars and the factories that are going to be built in Poland.
These are attempts to adapt in our industrial policy to regulations that have been imposed by the stronger players. So we can use the model of Hippolyt Cegielski from the end of 19th century. So we want to adapt as soon as possible, not to be the loser in this process, and to build added value. I do not share your optimism. The wind farms on land and sea will be very expensive. Our partners that have concessions want to build the wind farms, and they say local content of this will be approximately 50% or most, but this will be providers of cement, steel, transport, technical facilities, but the turbines or the managing systems, they will just deliver them. It will come from elsewhere. Well, I am moderately optimistic. I believe that the authors of this concept will be the ones who benefit the most. Some funds will remain in Poland, but some will be consumed by innovative companies. And if we have Polish companies of this nature, they can tap into this system. So we need to focus on new technologies, energy that falls within the framework of the Green Deal, as only such projects will be funded.
Że państwo polskie przeszło istotną transformację, jeśli chodzi o posiadanie narzędzi i instrumentów do realizacji polityki przemysłowej.
And tools that would make it possible for us to implement our industrial policy. But we have to work based on presumptions we had no influence on.
Dużymi koncernami energetycznymi.
At least we have control over our main energy companies, and we want to tap into these policies that have been developed at the community level as soon as possible. So primitive units are no longer economically feasible. However, it may be economically feasible to build wind farms on the Baltics, and probably we will have a company that produces turbines established together with our American partners, and this is the most costly and most profit-generating aspect of wind farms. And if we are successful there, we may be able to benefit. There are threats. However, there is a number of instruments that our state is using in order to create a whole chain of new technologies that would be domestic. And in your opinion, what is the most promising renewable energy sector? We are not a country that enjoys too many sunny days. We cannot build so many hydroelectrical plants. So what source of renewable energy, considering our geographical and climatic conditions, most promising from the point of view of Poland?
Energetyka wiatrowa na morzu jest czymś, co substytuuje
sea wind farms. This is something that substitutes former industrial
przemysłu elektromaszynowego, przemysłu stalowego,
policies.
przemysłu
So it is
elektrotechnicznego,
necessary
przemysłu elektronicznego. To wszystko razem się gdzieś tam wiąże.
the old sectors. And as regards the power that can be installed based on the EU regulations in sea wind farms allows us to look at this sector as an important new branch. And as regards solar energy, well, we have to see the difference between solar panels and photovoltaics. Photovoltaics, this is something that has been designed by the Germans. They own most technologies for photovoltaic panels, and they are well adapted to temperate climates, so they work most effectively between 10 and 20 centigrade. So it is not so that this technology is not for us. The problem is that it is expensive. Renewable sources of energy cannot stand on its own.
Cały czas strzykawką jest
They still require
środki finansowe, żeby te projekty działały.
Funds that need to be subsidized in order to be feasible. So as regards renewable energy sources, yes, probably offshore wind farms will be the most promising sector. However, we have to remember about certain models that we can use 40 to 42% of capacity because the wind is not always strong enough. So we need other sources of energy that will stabilize the system. There is also another issue of technological nature. We are speaking about the joint venture with the Americans. However, it is Europe that is the biggest player. Siemens, for example, they produce the turbines. As for photovoltaics, the Chinese have dominated the market. We are trying to develop our own technologies, and this is something that may be promising in terms of building new technological advantage. And if we look at hydrogen, we have enough hydrogen available, even in this room.
I w tym krajowym planie
odbudowy, so the recovery plan is providing for the hydrogen technologies. We are speaking about hydrogen valleys or clusters. So how can we transform the hydrogen from the air into energy? Well, first of all, we have to understand that in Poland we produce 1 million tons. This is used domestically. It is not subject to trade. The Polish hydrogen strategy forces 2 gigawatts power of hydrogen production. It is quite a moderate target. Our neighbors are already looking at the capacity of 11 megawatts. The 10E directive is being modified, and Germany is simply destined to be the dominating power. So we should look at the power-to-gas technologies, hydrogen from renewable sources, for example. So there are opportunities. And if we look at the production profiles, wind farms generate energy mainly overnight, and energy consumption is rather low during the night. The price is low, and it can be used to produce hydrogen in the process of electrolysis. If we look at the hydrogen energy sector, we can see industrial policies that are the logical consequence of building new capacities in terms of renewable energy sources. Well, hydrogen was introduced as the energy source because other renewable energy sources are unstable. We need to store energy. And how do we store energy? We should use the energy that we generate during the night in order to produce hydrogen. This hydrogen can be stored and then used. This is why there is so much political pressure on introducing hydrogen as an energy source. But this is actually something that stems out from the use of renewable energy sources in the energy sector. How is hydrogen labeled? It's green, turquoise, blue. What is the difference between the hydrogens? There is nothing. Quality is the same, but it will be different depending on how it is generated. Hydrogen produced by the use of traditional technologies will be replaced. And we produce a lot of hydrogen this way, and it will be taxed because it generates greenhouse gases. So what we need is to use renewable energy sources in order to produce hydrogen, and it will be competitive. Of course, the hydrogen that is currently generated from renewable energy sources is 3.5 to 4 times more expensive than the hydrogen generated from traditional sources. However, traditional energy sources for production of hydrogen will be replaced by renewables. This is the logic of our regulatory framework. So the green hydrogen will be more profitable because we will have, or what we will see here is the impact of trade in emissions. So the energy sector seems to be very dependent on ideology, because we can see that there are certain ideological presumptions that have little to do with a free market. Thus, it begs the question, is the future of the energy sector connected with the future of ideology? So, for example, if at some point the ideological paradigm will shift, will it impact the energy sector, or will we continue on the same path? And if we do, we will be dependent on new regulations, limits, licenses, and we will have to keep subsidizing the sector. Well, if we look at the EU regulations, you are correct, but this is nothing new. The only free market sector is the sector of oil and natural gas, generation of electricity. They are becoming more and more complex. There is very stringent legislative framework, so we cannot say that we have a free market system there. So you started your statement by saying that demand and supply rules apply. Well, they only apply to those elements of the market that are within the regulatory framework, and it is the regulatory framework that is decisive. And as regards ideology, well, we are dealing with the climate change that has been promoted since the Rio summit. The left wing decided at that point that climate protection should be their flagship, and they wanted to counteract the success of Reagan's and Thatcher's administration. So ideological, political, and business interests followed from there, and also certain conservative circles decided to use the same terminology. Our government tried to resist in Katowice, but then they gave in, and we are speaking about ambitious climate objectives and the New Deal, Green Deal, and so on. So we are following the mainstream.
na ile budowa Nord Stream 2 może być
At the beginning, I mentioned Nord Stream 2 and whether it can be a threat to our energy sector. Mr. Teluk spoke about diversification of energy sources. We could mention a number of new investments, such as Baltic Pipe, that are to improve the situation. It will connect us with Norway and Denmark. We also plan to build the north-south corridor between Świnoujście and Krk in Croatia. But will this not be a waste of money if the European Union decides that we should give up on the use of natural gas? We keep hearing that it is not only the coal that we have to stop using, but we should also depart from using natural gas. So is this a realistic perspective, do you think?
Ta perspektywa wynika wprost z dokumentów unijnych. Pierwszą rzeczą jest eliminacja węgla z uwagi na najwyższy poziom emisji
coal is the first to go because it generates the highest level of CO2 emissions or greenhouse emissions. 40% of CO2
z węgla. W związku z czym też w naturalny sposób jest traktowana w regulacjach jako punkt przejściowy.
to emissions from coal, natural gas is responsible for 40%. So it is a transitional source of energy.
Instalacje gazowe nie zostaną wyrzucone.
However, we can presume that natural gas will not be
tworzeniem mieszanek, czyli w rurach zacznie płynąć nam zmieszany w jakiś sposób w pewnych proporcjach wodór z gazem ziemnym.
Use it as part of a mixture, hydrogen natural gas mixture. This will be something that will be promoted by regulatory systems. So pure natural gas will not be considered an environmentally friendly energy source, but the efforts we are now making in order to build the networks will not be wasted because they will still be upgraded and adapted to mixed natural gas and hydrogen technologies. However, the question is what we need to do in order to ensure energy security for the region. Nord Stream 2 has very negative impact on central energy. As we have all said, the existing and newly built infrastructure and the extension of the system is our advantage, and we should translate it into building a natural gas hub for Central Europe. If we look at agreements signed between Russia and Germany, it seems unlikely for Germany to stop using natural gas, and maybe we can upgrade our gas pipes and we can have mix hydrogen with natural gas with different percentage levels. We have to be very careful, however, because old Russian gas pipes have leaks. For example, Yamal leaks, and 160 tons of methane per hour are being, and Brotherhood leaks even more, that's 280 tons per hour. So we could not use them to transport hydrogen or any mixture of hydrogen with natural gas.
No, zdawałem sobie sprawę z gospodarczej, ekonomicznej,
of the
politycznej dominacji Niemiec.
Economic and political domination of Germany before our panel, but I am now even more frightened after having listened to other panelists. We will be dominated for years and years. And when I hear such statements, I have more and more hope that the Three Seas initiative will be something very positive for us. Maybe we will be able to build a natural gas hub. The north-south corridor. However, this will be difficult. It may take approximately 10 years to become fully independent from the gas imported from Germany, from Russia, sorry. Lithuania, for example, is a success story. Finland reduced its dependency on Russia by 30%, so it is indeed possible. It will be difficult, but it is not impossible. Ukraine is already declaring that it is more than willing to 3.6 billion cubic meters of gas from our terminal.
Czyli uważacie Państwo, że projekt Trójmorza, czy też Międzymorza, bo
Intermarium or Trimarium project, by the way, Ukraine is not part of the Trimarium system. We're looking at the Central European part. Are we able to set up our own energy policy? In the years 2005 and 2007, there was an idea which was floated of a pact based on the Three Musketeers parole, saying that one for all and all for one. This was discarded, but are we still able to set up an energy pact providing energy security for everyone? I think that there is a possibility for this, but we need to speak with one voice. Those opportunities arise in times where we feel an external pressure, for example, like 2014. Perhaps this year will be similar. But we have divergent national interests. Czech Republic, Slovakia and Hungary are not dependent on the Russian gas, so we are not on the same page with them. The webbing will be more and more extensive, and it will be probably easier to exchange, to swap energy, so probably the unity of the region will be stronger. So I believe that the decision makers should be persuaded that together we're stronger, both when it comes to external threats, but also to prevent domination of the strongest EU countries over the weaker ones. Energy partnership as a subsystem of building power, because as we look at it, analyzing the individual parts, we see certain free market parts, supply and demand, but also this impacts the power of a region. So if Germany builds Nord Stream together with the Russian Federation, and from arithmetic it seems that this raw material will be exported down the line from Germany, we are facing the following dilemma. Unless we try to build a core area between Vistula and Danube, we will end up as a periphery that will be, let's say, facing the central part of Germany. So those gas market dilemmas will be integrating this. What we started building 3-4 years, the collaboration of Germany with the Soviets and with Russia has been ongoing for 3 or 4 decades. So it's also important to look at the elites of individual countries and persuading them taking them on board to onboarding. So we are in a more difficult position, but we need to be rather consistent in building progress step by step. And we should also put our expectations in proportion to the point in time where we started.
sojuszu może poczucie zagrożenia ze strony
Since we're motivated to build this project driven by the threat by this Russian Federation, then we see that Poland, Ukraine and Romania, in addition to Baltic states, feel the most under pressure. Are we looking at the possibility to build up a system, common system for those countries? It seems that also Romania is becoming a key component in the NATO security system and the eastern flank, on par with Poland. And you can see there are definitely energy deposits in Romania, which are quite abundant. Right. Romania is a strategic country and the tri-maritime system.
Mamy tutaj teraz ćwiczenia wschodniej flanki NATO.
There's been eastern flank military exercise taking place in Romania. We have also Polish companies investing in oil drilling exploitation in Romania. There was Mr. Kulczyk's company, which was involved there. So there is definitely, historically, Romania was a very important supplier of this raw material. For example, to France. For the Baltic states, it's easier. As I said at the very beginning, we are interconnected with Lithuania and our power grid. We can also use the gas terminals, LNG gas terminals in Klaipėda. We have investments of Orlen in Lithuania, and we're also integrated with Baltic countries very well. The strategic partnership as part of tri-maritime initiative with those countries is quite possible. I have not covered during our discussion one other technology named nuclear power plant. We have had an announcement of a nuclear power plant being built in Poland that has never materialized, at least not so far. So how about nuclear power sector in Poland? Will it be like Yeti? Everybody is talking about it, but nobody has ever seen it. In Poland, nuclear power generation is kind of an offspring of the EU regulation, of the climate packages have not been adopted. There will be no economic justification from a departure from coal. The external governance shows the power of the regulatory instruments. And this governance system enforces changes on Poland. So I believe that our leaders are facing now the following dilemma. Should we follow the German example and capitalize on renewables, which is very expensive and has deficits such as instability, or try to add to the mix something that's very stable and provides for a very good foundation for the whole system. This is namely the nuclear power. So I believe that it seems that the Polish state has defined the objective based on nuclear power generation, so the key to that will be the regulatory system. Please note that no nuclear project has or is self-financing. This is because the market is a syncretic market which combines free market fragments, where you have electricity exchange, which is guided by supply and demand, and this is how you get the price of a kilowatt of electricity. On the flip side, there are fixed costs that are associated with certain technologies. Some technologies can count on subsidizing, the others not. not. So the market is very much distorted. So if there is a regulatory tool that at the EU level leads to subsidizing of nuclear powers being pushed out, these projects will be very much undermined. However, if the coordinated force of the countries involved succeed in setting up regulatory solutions allowing subsidizing nuclear power generation, then the project will be absolutely feasible. So this axis of conflict is in Brussels over the support of subsidies for the nuclear power. I believe that we should have nuclear power generation long time ago, unless for incompetence of the previous government. Similar technology was pushed or promoted aggressively in the market, similar to what was installed in Fukushima. According to the government strategies, we are talking about 2032 or 35 when it comes to building a nuclear power plant. I think that nuclear power plant is going to be built in Poland. There's also a technology of building small electricity plants. Mr. Sławów has declared such attempts to be undertaken. I think that power generation, nuclear power generation, has a bright future in Poland. The problem with nuclear power generation has a problem of PR. Some say that it doesn't emit any CO2, so it's environmentally neutral. On the other hand, there is a problem with nuclear waste. Lots of green parties have been protesting against building new power generation sites, or rather sites. In Germany, there is a real realistic possibility that Greens will take over the power in Germany and become dominating part of the coalition, because they're leading the charts, or rather polls before the elections. The current incumbent government of Angela Merkel has taken a decision to close down the nuclear power plants in Germany. So the question is this: if Greens take over, and since Germany is the decision center in the European Union, will this problem end up as a common EU problem, and then we will be confronted with a ban on building new power plants in the EU. Indeed, there is a strong narration by organizations that offer extreme views on environmental protection. But we shouldn't believe that once Greens take over in Germany, there would be a ban imposed on nuclear generation, because we see France, which is dependent up to 70% of the electricity demand from nuclear sources. So I wouldn't be afraid of very drastic changes. Well, I believe that this is why Poland has been working on an informal alliance of the European, Central European countries, like Czech Republic, Hungary, and Slovakia, which are interested in building nuclear power plants. And we're looking for an ally from France. A joint letter was last month sent to the European Commission, where all our countries speak in favor of not eliminating nuclear power generation from subsidies, and the objective of reducing CO2 emissions. So regardless of the governance in Germany, we see that there is an ongoing diplomatic effort to create a counterbalance based on France. Well, to see whether we can finance nuclear generation in Poland is the so-called taxonomy, which defines which technologies are preferred and which are not. We have
managed to actually win over subsidies to certain gas-based sources up to 40%, and I think the key role will be played by France, which is not going to relinquish the nuclear power industry. Now, gentlemen, looking at the changes in the European Union, especially when it comes to the position of the Green Deal, how do you imagine the power generation market in Poland in the coming years? What is the direction that this is going to evolve?
To pokazuje polityka
I believe
energetyczna
that
państwa.
is shown by the energy policy of the country, policy paper of the country that was adopted in January this year. There seems to be no changes in the main items. The main source of electricity production is bound to be nuclear power, which will probably displace coal-based industry with time. So the next question will be the demand for other raw materials for fuels, such as gas. It seems that demand for gas has been going upwards very dramatically. And if we look at the cost of the transformation, energy transformation, and compare it with the balancing of demand by individual organizations, we will conclude that what we've been talking about 6 years ago, it's absolutely off the chart. So for Poland, the demand for gas has been going up very dramatically, and this is actually what we see in the trimarium. The capabilities of gas supply that has been projected sufficient to supply also neighbors are under pressure of our domestic market. So we would have to modernize the existing plans when it comes to building new pipelines and diversification of the market, so as to satisfy the growing demand of the whole region in a very effective way, also including Ukraine. The plan for 2080 was based on the assumptions from 2018, has been actually overtaken. We see a very dramatic growth in renewables. We'll have PV installations that will reach 10 gigawatts. And of this decade, we'll also have another 10 gigawatts in offshore installations. The predicted cogeneration systems fueled by gas will see them grow from 3.6 to 10 gigawatts, which will generate a huge demand for gas in Poland. We are using 20 billion cubic meters, and after 2030 will be more than 30 billion. Three-quarters of it we have already secured.
A czy nie jest tak, że Unia Europejska trochę nakłada sobie tą polityką energetyczną pętlę na szyję, ponieważ
actually putting news on the neck, because all those limitations are driven by ecology, by climate protection. At the same time, Russia or China, in the first line, have no remorse like this. These are the countries which have never joined the Paris Agreement, and in confrontation with China going stronger, it seems that the EU will be lagging behind. It seems that the US do not
wystąpiły z porozumienia paryskiego. I czy wobec tego rzeczywiście nie stoi na straconej pozycji w tej rywalizacji
they don't adhere the Paris Agreement. So is the European Union not deemed to failure in the global confrontation? Well, indeed, the ETS extends on little emissions on a global scale, and the biggest emission countries have never joined the agreement. The US actually joined the Paris Agreement
mającej cały czas charakter dobrowolny.
which is basically
I
voluntary.
rzeczywiście jest to w jakiś sposób samoograniczanie. Chiny
So this is
budują
basically based on self-limitation.
węglowe i wszelkiego rodzaju elektrownie, które mają po prostu
China is building coal-based or coal-fueled electricity power generation plants, which are geared towards satisfying the electricity demand, and nobody is looking at environment there. The EU climate policy has become kind of a ramrod
chodzi oczywiście
for
o pieniądze, o tą przymusową transformację, a
driving forward the mandatory transformation.
Niemieckie tutaj miały ten
And the German companies
charakter dominujący.
are playing dominant role there.
Punktami zmiany w XXI wieku.
In the 21st century, we have to look at modern technologies, artificial intelligence, and there the United States and China have a dominating position. Germany, for 20 years, have been developing renewable energy sources, and they are also part of regulatory systems, one in the European Union and the other one at a global level that is connected to the post-Kyoto solutions. It is functioning on the level of the United Nations and their agencies and institutions. So this order that is being built in Europe is spreading towards other markets, and the United States operates as a sort of pendulum. For example, Trump administration decided to withdraw from Paris agreements. However, we can expect for the Biden administration to be on the other end and to engage very strongly in implementation of Paris agreements. Other countries are watching the developments and they are drawing their own conclusions. China declared zero emissions by 2050. However, what do they mean by this? I have no idea. We do not have enough information. However, it is the best proof of that the Chinese economy is considering whether to be part of this new global system or whether to negate it. So right now we are not seeing any attempts to mitigate these new tendencies. China has become part of this race, and they announced that the Chinese economy will be neutral in terms of emissions by 2050, and of course Chinese companies are amongst the greatest producers of photovoltaic panels, so they are in an advantageous position. They also want to build their own system of emissions trading with a much lower prices for emissions. So they are introducing these pilot solutions. On one hand, they want to demonstrate that they are trying, and on the other hand, they are, of course, building their own solutions, saying, well, we do have our own emissions trading system, so we do not have to bear the cost of the European developed system. And China, however, at the same time, is not slowing down when it comes to energy derived from coal. I wanted to ask about shale gas. 10 dozen years ago, we were hearing about this being the Polish advantage that would make us independent and stable. However, we are no longer seeing this euphoria. Shale gas is no longer discussed as part of the mix. Why is that? Well, the secret lies in the technology.
które są w Polsce, jak zostały przebadane przez Amerykanów, pokazały, że górotwór jest tożsamy z tym, który jest w Stanach. Innymi słowy, w tych zagnieceniach pomiędzy skałami są fragmenty gazu.
We have shale gas deposits between the rocks. However, the technology that Americans have developed is adapted to the specificity of their deposits. In the United States, for example, 30% of deposits is gas. In Poland, it was 9 to 12%. So the technology developed in the United States was not economically feasible for Polish deposits.
Pracuje na 5, 6, 7 miejscach w całym świecie, po czym okazało się, że one
paid
są
for licenses,
ale biorąc pod uwagę opinię geologów
and then decided that this is not economically feasible. However, the Polish Institute of Geology shows that
nie jest w stanie być
we have
skomercjalizowane i opłaca się jej
actually
po prostu zastosowanie. Tylko za każdym razem musimy wziąć pod
quite
uwagę jeden fakt,
substantive
że technologie się
deposits.
rozwijają.
And considering that technology is developing all the time,
eksploracji gazu
we can hope that these non-conventional gas sources will be available.
Skoro przyroda nie obdarzyła nas
the extraction of gas will be more economically feasible. We do not have plentiful sources of energy, and we have to be very creative and smart in ensuring our energy security. This is what we tried to discuss during this panel. Well, thank you very much for taking part in this panel. And let me remind you that our panelists were Tomasz Teluk, Tomasz Schulz, and Paweł Turowski. I had the pleasure of moderating this panel. My name is Grzegorz Górny. So thank you very much, and we shall now have a coffee break. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękujemy za ciekawą debatę.
Well, thank you very much. This has been a very interesting debate. We will return at 3 p.m. and there we will discuss the security of logistics. And let me use this opportunity to thank PZU. That is our strategic partner. I would also like to thank our other partners, the Royal Castle in Warsaw, the Modern Art Center, Zamek Ujazdowski, the second program of the Polish Radio, the third channel of Polish Radio, Radio 24, and Polska Press Group, Radio Net, Polish Public Television, and Auditorium 17. Thank you.
Witam po przerwie. Przed nami kolejny panel dotyczący bezpieczeństwa. Tym razem będziemy rozmawiać o bezpieczeństwie w kontekście pandemii, wojen hybrydowych, zarządzania kryzysowego, logistyki, łańcuchów dostaw, cybertechnologii i infrastruktury krytycznej. Zapraszam na scenę naszych panelistów. Byłego prezesa Poczty Polskiej Przemysława Sypliwskiego, dyrektora Departamentu Prawa i Bezpieczeństwa Pozamilitarnego Biura Bezpieczeństwa Narodowego Bogusława Cichonia, prezesa Rządowej Agencji Rezerw Strategicznych Michała Kuczmierowskiego oraz moderatora pana ministra Krzysztofa Szczerskiego. Zapraszamy.
Agency and the moderator, Professor Krzysztof Szczerski.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you.
Cieszę się, że możemy się spotkać także w tym roku na
This is the
kongresie w takiej formie
first
coraz bardziej
panel after
rozbudowanej,
the
jeśli chodzi o
lunch
obecność
break.
bezpośrednią, bo to jest dobry znak,
I'm glad that I can see some of the participants
poprawia w
being
Polsce.
present
I
here
chciałem także,
physically. This is the best proof of the fact that the
za
pandemic situation is
zaproszenie do
improving. I
prowadzenia
would
tego
like
panelu.
to thank
Uważam,
the
że
organizers
temat
for
znakomicie
inviting me to
dobrany.
chair
Bardzo
this
ciekawe
panel.
zagadnienie,
This is a
o
very
którym za
well
chwilkę będę z
selected
naszymi wspólnymi
topic.
gośćmi rozmawiał. Jest to mój debiut w roli prowadzącego panel.
This is the first time for me to be a moderator. During the past editions of the Congress, I was always one of the panelists, so please be forgiving.
Szanowni Państwo, ja chciałem
Ladies
powiedzieć na
and
początku,
gentlemen, to
wracając i
begin
prosząc za
with,
chwilkę panów o swoich ekspertyzy.
And
żeby
before I ask our panelists
naszej
to
dyskusji.
present their views, I would like
Uważam
to
rzeczywiście ten panel za
say the following.
niezwykle
I believe that
interesujący
this is an
i
extremely interesting
nazwałbym
panel.
go trochę nawet szerzej niż sam tytuł brzmi.
The title
Nazwałbym go panelem o bezpieczeństwie
refers to
infrastrukturalnym.
logistics,
Bo jest
but
to rzecz,
I
która
would rather
w
call
moim
it
przekonaniu
a
wyłania się
panel
jako
on
niezwykle istotna i w
infrastructure
działaniach
security.
obecnych władz w Polsce, ale także jako
It is very
wyzwanie
important for the
czasów,
authorities of Poland, but it is
pandemicznych
also
i
a
popandemicznych,
major
tego nowego
challenge
ładu,
for the
jakkolwiek on się
times of
będzie
pandemic and
wyłaniał, na
post-pandemic
całym świecie.
world.
Także doświadczeń, które wynosimy z tego
We will
okresu
certainly draw
wstrzymania
some lessons
normalnego
from
biegu
the
spraw, jaki
lockdown,
miał miejsce
from the pandemic.
w ostatnich kilkunastu miesiącach. I rzeczywiście ja pamiętam,
Indeed.
i jak myślałem o tym naszym dzisiejszym
When I
panelu, to
thought
przypomniałem
about
sobie
the main
ostatnie
theme of this
spotkanie
panel, I recalled
Światowego Forum Ekonomicznego w Davos.
the most recent meeting of the Davos
to jest
Economic
styczeń
Forum.
każdego roku,
Davos
koniec stycznia.
always takes place
To było
in
w
January,
końcu
towards the end of
2020 roku.
January.
Dosłownie
And in
na progu
January
tego wielkiego
2020,
zatrzymania.
just
I w tym
before
Davos
this
spotyka się
lockdown,
tak naprawdę
we were in Davos, and this is where we meet the elite of the business sector, and these people are usually able to predict the future, and pandemic was not a topic there. Nobody seemed to be concerned about
co pokazywało, że rzeczywiście
stalemate. We spoke about climate, Greta Thunberg was there, representatives of China also took part in the World Economic Forum, and 3 months later, all the chains of supply, logistics, production in the world froze. A new reality began, and a whole different range of topics became important.
Tego biegu spraw właśnie, natury działalności, jaką wszyscy dobrze znaliśmy. Co oznacza, że rzeczywiście dla mnie jest lekcją, że
the world as we knew it changed.
Że trzeba być zawsze przygotowanym na każdy scenariusz. Że trzeba być zawsze odpornym.
This means that we should build our resilience. We should always be prepared for any scenario. So resilience is one of the most important elements of building security for any country. So logistics, chains of supply, this is very important. And I would like to propose 4 detailed topics that I would like to propose to our panelists. So in my opinion, 4 elements are of particular importance when it comes to the consequences of the pandemic to the infrastructure and the logistics. So what was the initial reaction of people to hearing about the lockdown? When people heard that the world needs to stop during the pandemic, what happened? Well, the first thing that happened, people flooded supermarkets trying to buy as many supplies as possible. People were concerned about the forthcoming lack of supplies. They thought that everything would be in shortage. So everyone ran to the stores to buy the most basic supplies.
To się nie wydarzyło.
It did not happen.
To oznaczało, że rzeczywiście w całej tym trudnej okolicznościach potrafiliśmy sprzyjać, potrafiliśmy stanąć na wysokości zadania, jeśli chodzi o tę podstawową logistykę bezpośredniego zaopatrzenia w produkty mieszkańców. Ale to też podkreśliło znaczenie tego, czym jest w ogóle logistyka.
However, we understood at that time how important logistics is, how important chains of supplies are
bezpieczeństwa codziennego życia.
From the point of view of security.
Podniosła rangę,
the pandemic
tutaj będę o to prosił pana doktora Kuczmierowskiego o większą wypowiedź. Oczywiście podniosło znaczenie tej fundamentalnej logistyki zdrowotnej w państwie.
Important the healthcare infrastructure is, and Mr. Kuczmierowski will elaborate on that.
Strategicznego, jeśli chodzi o zaopatrzenie te produkty,
security in terms of supplies of medical or medicinal products.
Jest to jakby temat numer 1, znaczenie zdrowia.
So this is topic number 1, the importance of
podstawowej infrastruktury, logistyki, życia codziennego dla obywateli, nawet w sytuacjach tak dramatycznego wyzwania, jakim była gwałtowne załamanie się normalnego biegu gospodarki. Drugim elementem, który mnie interesuje, to będę pewnie prosił najbardziej pana doktora Cichonia
very interesting, and there I would expect Mr. Cichoń to comment.
Przyniosło się do sieci.
A lot of our activity transferred
w sieci, zaczęliśmy bardziej korzystać z sieci.
to the internet. We became more active online, people were buying online, e-commerce developed and life
Co z kolei rzuciło taki strumień światła na problem bezpieczeństwa sieci i tego, że życie zapośredniczone, bo życie w sieci jest życiem zapośredniczonym. To już nie są kontakty bezpośrednie, to jest opis świata, który otrzymujemy poprzez innych, poprzez
also very important because we are living our lives through intermediaries. We are using various media that present the reality to us, that make us possible to maintain social contacts, as we were not able to meet people face to face. So this security of networks and security within networks became of fundamental importance to democracy and our everyday lives, because the world can be manipulated online.
Te wszystkie zjawiska, które mają do czynienia właśnie w wyniku życia zapośredniczonego. Tak, i ten zalew fake newsów, zalew w ogóle tego manipulacji,
the fake news inundation, lies, outright lies that inundated the world
on jest dużo bardziej skuteczny. Dlaczego? Dlatego, że właśnie ludzie nie żyją w kontakcie bezpośrednim, w kontakcie zapośredniczonym od 12 miesięcy.
because people are also contacting
to
one
oczywiście, jeśli
another
mówimy o
per
logistyce, i to też
proxy.
będę mógł prosił pana
Topic number
prezesa
three, in
Sypniewskiego
terms of logistics,
o
I'll
komentarz.
ask Mr. Sypniewski
Jak
for
się
a
wydaje,
comment
jedną
on
ze
that.
strategii wychodzenia
One
z kolei
of the
z gospodarczego
strategies
kryzysu wynikającego z
get out of the
będą duże
pandemic
inwestycje w infrastrukturę, właśnie w logistykę. Tak się wydaje, że rozwój sieci, rozwój różnych rodzajów form właśnie dużych publicznych inwestycji ten obszar jest rzeczą, która ma być taką panaceum na pandemię.
This should be a silver bullet
Jak
against
zaplanować
pandemic.
dobrą logistykę dla Polski?
So how to plan a good logistics for Poland?
Jak panowie oceniać te wszystkie pomysły, jakie wiążą się
What
właśnie
is
z
your
nową
evaluation of the ideas which you'll take
która ma się wyłonić z Nowego Ładu, która ma się wyłonić z tego polskiego modelu dowodzenia kryzysu, w jaki sposób zaplanować to tak, żeby to było przede wszystkim budowało naszą suwerenność. Energetycznego i oczywistym jest przede wszystkim, że to wszystko, co robimy, ma tylko wtedy sens, jeśli buduje polską podmiotowość, jeśli buduje polską suwerenność. Ładowanie pieniędzy w infrastrukturę
Polish sovereignty is at stake, because if we finance infrastructure that becomes dependent on those parties and deepen our dependency rather than eliminating it, it's an outright waste of money. Let others invest their impact on Poland rather than we investing someone else's influence over Poland.
Że to, co się najczęściej pojawia w dyskusjach, jeśli chodzi o konsekwencje COVID-u, to także jest dyskusja o zbyt rozciągniętych łańcuchach dostaw.
Is the argument about the supply chains too much stretched. This is repeated
Pytanie jest,
all over the place amongst the takeaways from the pandemic.
do tego zagadnienia, jakim jest
Could
skracanie
you,
łańcuchów
gentlemen,
dostaw,
please
czy właśnie
refer
na
to
przykład
the issue
Trójmorze
of
jako
the
region
need to shorten
jest w stanie zbudować własne
the
łańcuchy
value
na
chains,
tyle
and if our
skutecznie,
region
na tyle
is
samodzielne, żeby
capable of building our own
mówić o
supply
regionalnych
chains
łańcuchach dostaw, a nie tylko
that
a nie
are
właśnie
efficient
wyłącznie w
enough
miejscu
to
tych
speak about
wielkich
regional
rozciągniętych
capabilities,
łańcuchów globalnych.
which are
To takie
bound to
moje 4
replace the
propozycje
overstretched global
dyskusji, jak
chains.
powiedziałem.
So these are my
Każdego z
4 proposals for discussions, and I ask everyone of you gentlemen to expound on those topics and add your own proposals to provide our listeners with a broader take on logistics security and building Polish sovereignty in those areas, in the processes that are taking place, that have taken place during the pandemic and after getting out of this dramatic event that I hope is slowly abating. I'll ask Mr. Przemysław Sypniewski to take the floor as the first speaker. Thank you, Minister, ladies and gentlemen. To be precise, should I refer immediately to those
questions, or should I regard those as a kind of a time frame?
Głosów otwarcia, tak
Well,
zwanych
let's
I po wistach będziemy
use this first part for forwards or openings. So please be general, perhaps. Thank you, Minister.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and
pan
gentlemen,
minister swoją wypowiedź
the minister started his
tak naprawdę początku dramatu pandemii,
statement
który
from
dotyka
the
nas
outset of the
wszystkich.
pandemic,
I
of the
zarysował właśnie
drama
te
that
kwestie,
affected us all.
jaki to miał
He
wpływ, jakie
outlined
miało postrzeganie na logistykę,
impact
żeby to
the COVID pandemic had, especially on
może zaproponuję
logistics.
taką najpierw
So
na
to make
początek
it more
taką prostą
specific,
definicję
I'd
logistyki.
like
Czym jest
to
logistyka?
propose a
Logistyka to
definition
jest,
of logistics in the first place.
najprościej używając, jest planowanie,
Logistics is
kształtowanie
planning
i
and
realizowanie
shaping and
w sposób
implementing
najbardziej możliwy efektywnych
as
dostawy,
effective as possible, efficient as possible,
dostawy wszystkiego
of
od
delivering
producenta do
goods
konsumenta.
at large from
Jeśli
producers
spojrzymy w
to
tym aspekcie
consumers.
na
So
to, co
if
się
we look
wydarzyło na
at
początku
this
pandemii,
from the
to
perspective
widzimy,
of the
że
beginnings of
zawiódł
the
pierwszy
pandemic, it
przynajmniej
seems that
element tej definicji, jaki było
what broke
planowanie.
down was the
Zawiódł w taki
first
sposób, że w zasadzie
component in
w
this
większości
definition, namely
krajów
planning.
okazało
In
się,
most
że
countries,
nie mamy początku łańcucha
it
dostaw, jeśli
turns
chodzi o
out that there
produkcję,
is no
ponieważ w
beginning
Europie
of the
brakowało
supply
w zasadzie
chains, that is
każdego
production.
elementu, który był
Europe
najprostszym
lacks
elementem
pretty much
chroniącym, jak na przykład maseczki,
everything
jak
that
płyny
was
do dezynfekcji.
the
Wszystko
simplest way
to
of protecting the
musiało
population,
być
such as
odbudowane.
disinfectant
Oczywiście
or
możemy
face masks.
spojrzeć
All
dzisiaj
that
już
had to
z
be
przeszłości,
restored.
że poradziliśmy sobie my jako
From
państwo, ale także
today's
inne kraje.
perspective, we can
Po
see that
pierwszym
we
okresie,
have
kiedy tych
managed
rzeczy
successfully
brakowało,
as a
udało się
country and
to
as a continent
zaplanować.
that
I
we
zgromadzić
have
także pewnie w
successfully
odpowiednich magazynach.
amassed the right amount of supplies and
Mówiąc o
warehouses.
logistyce, chciałbym zwrócić tutaj także
Now,
Państwu
speaking about
uwagę.
logistics, I'd like to draw your
To jest moja
attention, ladies
oczywiście
and
teza, ona
gentlemen.
nie
This
jest
is my
też
statement,
pewnie
by the
niczym
way. It's
nadzwyczajnym.
nothing
Ale na
extraordinary
zmiany,
what I'm
które
going to say.
zachodzą w
To draw
świecie,
attention
to są
to
zmiany
the changes that are
technologiczne. W moim
taking place
przekonaniu
worldwide. And
tak
the
naprawdę
technology department,
najważniejszymi gałęziami
in my
gospodarki w
opinion,
dzisiejszym
the
świecie
most
będą elementy,
important
czy tam będą wyzwania
sectors of
cywilizacyjne
the
i
economy
właśnie
will
wyzwania
be the
logistyczne.
digital and
I
logistics.
tak się składa, że rozwój nowych technologii
It has to
cywilizacyjnych
happen
ma
that
duży
the
wpływ na to, co
development
się
of
dzieje
new
w
digital
logistyce.
technologies impacts a lot
Żeby
what is
chociażby
also
wymienić
happening in
sztuczną
logistics.
inteligencję, która jest już dzisiaj przez wiele firm
name
używana. Ona
AI,
powoduje, że
artificial intelligence,
dzięki
is one of
informacji
the
uzyskiwanej
examples,
podczas
which is happening as we
planowania
speak.
czy pozyskiwania wiedzy można
When
przetwarzać ją
knowledge is
inaczej kształtować
collected,
pewne
you
łańcuchy
can reshape
produktów, czy także samą produkcję.
alongside that
Dodam do
process
tego, że
also
w moim
the reshape
przekonaniu
the production
ten,
chains and
kto
logistic chains.
gospodarczo
In my opinion,
będzie panował nad
those
logistyką,
who
będzie
are
miał taką władzę nad
capable
gospodarką, jak
of managing
kilkadziesiąt lat
logistics or
temu
ruling
ci,
the
którzy panowali
logistics
nad systemami finansowymi.
will have as
Ta
big
dziedzina
impact on
gospodarki
the
będzie
economy
dziedziną,
as
która będzie
those who
kształtowała
controlled
suwerenność w innych obszarach
financial
gospodarki. Żeby to
systems a couple of
obrazowo,
decades ago.
ale też dość prosto
Logistics
Państwu
will
pokazać,
shape
to przypomnijmy sobie kwestię związaną z
the
sieciami
outline
handlowymi w Polsce, jak
of
także w
economies at
wyniku
large.
transformacji, także w
Let's
wyniku
remind
punktu
ourselves
startu, kiedy
of
Polska
the
rozpoczynała transformację.
supermarket
W
chains.
zasadzie
What
handel w
happened
Polsce
in Poland.
przeszedł
w
w ręce międzynarodowe.
After
Dzisiaj
transformation,
tymi sieciami
retail in
handlowymi
Poland
stają się
switched
także
hands and
ciągi
is now
logistyczne.
the
Trzecim faktem, na który chciałbym zwrócić uwagę,
foreign hands.
to
The
wszyscy
same
wiemy,
happens now
że
to logistic
naszymi
chains. And
takimi
thirdly,
srebrami rodowymi w
our
gospodarce jest Orlen,
big
PZU,
blue chips,
KBP, wielkie polskie firmy
Orlen,
giełdowe.
PZU
Ale tak
and
naprawdę największą wycenę giełdową
PKO,
na
BP.
polskim rynku mają
but the
dwie
most
firmy, które
expensive
zostały stworzone
chips
w Polsce, ale które dzisiaj nie mają
and
już
the
polskiego
stock
właściciela.
exchange are the
Jedną
companies
z tych
which
firm jest
originate in
Allegro,
Poland,
która ma
but
większą
have
wycenę
foreign
giełdową
hands
niż
now.
Orlen i
One is
PZU.
Allegro, that is
A drugą z
more
tych firm jest
valued
spółka Integer, czy też
the
używająca
the
innej
stock
formuły nazwy
exchange
Invest,
than
która ma także
Orlen.
większą wycenę niż Orlen.
And
i
the other one is
PZU i
InPost,
PKO BP, tylko że na giełdzie
which
w Amsterdamie.
is listed
Obie
in
te
the
firmy działają
Amsterdam Stock Exchange,
w szeroko rozumianym
which is
segmencie
more
logistycznym,
valuable than Orlen.
a głównym jej
These
przedmiotem
companies
działalności
are
jest rynek
involved in
e-commerce'u,
logistics
który też rozwija
because
się
they have
dzięki
they
rozwojowi
control the
technologii.
e-commerce market, which also has grown thanks to digital technologies.
Jak widzimy, pandemia do końca nas
As
jeszcze
we
nie
can see,
ominęła i musimy
pandemic
te maseczki
has
wkładać i
not
zdejmować Państwa, bardzo przepraszamy za
ended
tę
yet. We'll need
logistykę
to go
naszych
on
twarzy,
and
że
off
po prostu będziemy co chwilę
those face masks, and
coś
apologies
grzebać
for the
przy
logistics of
nosie.
our faces.
Bardzo
People
dziękuję
manipulating.
za tę wypowiedź. Kilka
closed their noses
wątków już Państwu
during the
poddaję
whole
też
panel.
pod refleksję, bo
Now,
były
let me also
ważne i chciałem
reflect
podkreślić pewnie
and
je. Po pierwsze
propose
produkcja.
as a topic for
Nie
reflection
zapominajmy o
to
tym, że częścią
the
logistyki, częścią
following:
infrastruktury jest
production.
także infrastruktura
Let's not
produkcyjna.
forget
I
that
rzeczywiście jest tak, że
production, manufacturing
pierwszy szok,
infrastructure is
jaki miał
part
miejsce
of
w
logistics.
pandemii, to było
So the first
gwałtowne
shockwave
poszukiwanie
that
przez poszczególne kraje
followed the pandemic was the countries
producentów
looking
podstawowych materiałów
for
higienicznych.
really basic rudimentary hygienic
Wszystko
stuff.
myśleli, że taniej będzie gdzieś indziej.
Everybody
Wszystko zostało
had thought
wyprowadzone
before that it would be cheaper
poza
to
nasze kraje, bo
commit,
zawsze będzie tam taniej, a zawsze dostawy będą możliwe. I się okazało, że rzeczywiście te pierwsze wybrazki z lotnisk
about the first
to pan
videos from airports.
Michał Kuszmierowski może
Michał
też to
Kuszmierowski
pamięta.
could
Te pierwsze
perhaps
obrazki z lotnisk w Chinach w momencie pandemii w Europie, gdzie
Chinese
tak tam
airports
naprawdę było jak na dzikim zachodzie. Tam dochodziło do rakietierstwa po prostu na
Wild West
płytach
scenes
lotnisk,
happened. For example, racketeers
zakupionych maseczek
actually
przez
snapped transport face masks
na ten transport.
that
Wtedy
was
przyjeżdżała inna
going
po prostu
to
porywała de facto
an
ten
airplane,
samochód i
cargo
kierowała go
airplane,
do innego
and
samochodu,
these
który
planes were
stał z
hijacked from one
otwartymi
plane to another
lukami
that
bagażowymi,
was
żeby przyjąć
already
po
up
prostu
and waiting
ten transport. Także tak
accept
samo rzeczy w miejscu w
transport.
Rotterdamie,
Similar
porcie,
things happened in Rotterdam and the
to
port,
mało
the
kto
harbour.
sobie zdaje sprawę z tego, co
So
się działo
hardly
wtedy,
anybody
jeśli chodzi o
can
dostawę
remember
maseczek,
what was going on there when it
tych
comes to
kombinezonów, a
face
potem także
masks
respiratorów.
and,
Dochodziło rzeczywiście do scen dość
coveralls,
szokujących jak na XXI wiek.
suits,
Więc produkcja oczywiście.
and then
Po drugie,
ventilators
bardzo
eventually.
mocne zdanie
was
pana prezesa
going on
Syplińskiego, że dzisiaj panowanie nad logistyką
Mr.
to jest jak dawniej
Sypliński
panowanie
says
nad
that,
przepływami finansowymi.
ruling logistics
To kolejny
is
element, który się
today
wydawało,
ruling
już się do tego
financial
przyzwyczailiśmy,
flows a couple
że
of decades ago.
energetyka jest takim miejscem,
grown
gdzie
to
rozgrywa się
accept
kwestia
that
suwerenności i
energy
bezpieczeństwa. A
sector
tutaj jest
that
bardzo mocne zdanie o tym,
sovereignty
że
is based
logistyka
on.
jest też taką
But we
dziedziną.
hear
I
very
stąd
strong
też
statement
w
logistics
Trójmorzu
is
właśnie
another
infrastruktura,
such area,
transport
sector,
jest jeden
especially in the
z trzech
Trimarum
priorytetów tej inicjatywy
area.
właśnie dlatego, że to
Transportation is
jest
one of the priorities
oczywiście
of
dzisiaj
this infrastructure
kwestia
because
także
of the
podmiotowości.
structures, excuse
Kwestia
me,
własności
because this is
oczywiście.
the transport is also
Bo to nie tylko
one of
chodzi o
the
to, żeby
groundworks
operować, a
of
także żeby
sovereignty.
operować swoją własnością. No i
Ownership is also
co
another
powiem na
problem
końcu, dlatego że chciałem o to
attached
zapytać
to
pana
that. And
dyrektora
finally,
Cichonia.
let me ask the
Sztuczna
following question to
inteligencja i
Mr.
wszystkie te
Cichon.
właśnie systemy
Artificial
operacyjne, które są
intelligence
już dzisiaj
and operating
systemami,
systems
bez których nie da się
without which we
operować
cannot
na
operate
współczesnym świecie.
anymore
Więc znowu jest tak,
on
że
the common
jesteśmy uzależnieni od
market, on
pewnego
the
systemu
contemporary market,
sztucznej
which make
inteligencji
us dependent
informatycznego,
on AI
telekomunikacyjnego, który
and
też
ICT
jest czyjąś
systems,
własnością, który też
which are also
do
owned by
kogoś
someone,
należy, który też jakieś
which belong
standardy
to someone,
realizuje
and,
i też właśnie
which
jest
conform
całkiem
certain
realnym
standards,
miejscem
that have
gry
become
o
very
podmiotowość. I o to
realistic,
bym chciał zapytać
tangible,
pana dyrektora Cichonia, bo
fray
też
of
w całej
the
naszej
fight for
strategii narodowego
sovereignty.
bezpieczeństwa ten element właśnie pozamilitarny jest bardzo wyraźnie
national security
uwypuklony. Pan
plan,
dyrektor
this
Cichoń
non-military
jest osobą, która
component, has
o
been
tej
very much
strategii może mówić bardzo
emphasized,
dużo,
and
więc
Mr. Cichon
zapraszam.
is one of the persons who is capable of talking about this strategy for hours on end. Well, thank you very much. It's a very big honor to take away some of your valuable time. I'd like to speak about strategy too, but all issues that Minister broached are so important that I'll take this liberty of referring to them at the expense of your valuable time. Since the Bureau of National Security plays a very important role in the Polish security system,
Eksperci, analitycy tam
the experts and analysts who are employed there have sometimes a unique idea to monitor certain processes standing side, or rather aside, to evaluate efficiency. The outcome of that work, which involves a lot of the work of experts, has been a new national security strategy. I'd like to encourage you to look at the national security at
jest
a
to królowa
comprehensive way. If you ask someone from logistics, what is the most important thing, he would point to logistics. The IT engineers would say that those who don't manage their cyber systems cannot survive even a moment of the conflict around. So I'd like to refer you to the strategy, because it's a very unique text and contains a very important statement at the forward already, that we deem the current status quo as far from satisfactory and calls for a new law on security management. This involves also modifications and standards. We also need to semantically straighten several things as we go on. What is the origin of those needs? One thing is what the minister said, namely the radically, dramatically changing security environment. I'm not referring specifically to very radical, dramatic shifts in the policies of one of our neighbors. It also involves various changing vectors in the policies internationally. But also that we see an advent of very new disturbing technologies, which will also have a military impact. So we see a blurring border between non-military and military worlds. I don't like this. I don't like this division between the two.
Nowoczesne technologie, to co w języku NATO jest często określane jako emerging
technologies, which NATO calls emerging disruptive technologies, like autonomous weapons, AI, fight for space, outer space, cyber security. I'm not going to list all those potential domains because there are plenty of them, and they're all listed up in all the strategy documents that you can read. What you should remember, what you should take away from that is that what is now happening is a fusion of military and non-military systems. So everything becomes an element of power projection on the potential enemy. So this is there is no wonder that an integrated national security system should be put in place. It is not about building a new echelon of a system of espionage, of eavesdropping on the citizens. No, it's not the point. This is about strengthening the current mechanism in the state administration. While the first provisions of laws appeared, especially in the Constitution 1996, 2000, or the emergency state laws, then followed by the reform of the military command and control system, the cyber security law, strategic reserves law of December last year, and so on. And I'm referring to the last one. So the stock-taking revealed that in many legal acts there are either gaps or collisions of laws. We don't understand semantics of certain provisions, thereby resulting in building silos. So there is also a problem of managing all that, and I will not be actually dispelling a secret when I say that we are a unique country in the world when it comes to such solutions.
So the first ones are those that stem out of Constitution. The second one, set of obligations, stems out from the act of law that has already been amended about 100 times, but it dates back to 1967. It pertains to the general obligation to defend the state. So there was no body, I think, during the premiership of Mr. Pawlak, we had an agency that was responsible for the military or defense industry. Whenever we go to any country, we will find a body that is of advisory function. It allows the state to streamline certain activities and decisions. So we do not have such a security committee in Poland, and thus there is a recommendation to establish such an agency in Poland. Such a committee would need to meet regularly and would need to have tools in order to perform an analytical function. For some years now, it has been fashionable in the world to treat security by way of establishing hybrid teams within state administration, and those teams are responsible for analytics, so that would be the whole of state approach. This is of particular importance in the case of hybrid threats. Hybrid threats are not new, but they are much more visible, even in the West. So we do not have this clear boundary between the state of war and peace. And for that, we need to amend our crisis management law, because it would make it possible to gather information from different sources, from the intelligence, be it military or not, in order to ensure the proper level of security. Because if we have a state of emergency, the situation is simple. On one hand, the state is able to limit certain freedoms of citizens. During the times of peace, the amended law on crisis management would make it possible to have this gradual shift from the peace crisis to wartime. So this allows us to move on to the logistics. So very briefly, the law on crisis management mentions critical infrastructure. I had the honor of presiding over the team that drafted this law, and I proposed certain solutions, and there are systems of critical infrastructure that are listed. Certainly, we have the ICT, transport, energy, water, supply sectors. So if we look at this and compare it to the 7 pillars of the NATO, and the 7 pillars of resilience, this actually is very, very compliant.
Dziękuję bardzo. Myślę, że padły kolejne pojęcia, które powinny były tutaj paść już w tej pierwszej rundzie, na którą pewnie będziemy dopytywać w kolejnych, takich jak zagrożenia hybrydowe, jak infrastruktura krytyczna I jak ta sytuacja rzeczywiście fuzji cywilno-wojskowych zagrożeń tych obszarów, które pan nazwał nowymi domenami bezpieczeństwa, gdzie właśnie zacierają się te elementy militarne i pozamilitarne, one decydują także o kształcie naszego bezpieczeństwa i tych nowych pól, gdzie tego bezpieczeństwo się dzisiaj toczy. Więc pewnie do tych wszystkich elementów wrócimy za chwilkę w naszej dyskusji. Stany nadzwyczajne to też bardzo ciekawy wątek.
States of emergency, that is also a very important
i przeżywamy. Ale teraz oddam głos człowiekowi, którego działalności nasze zdrowie zależy, bo to właśnie jest ten człowiek. Ten człowiek, który dysponuje dzisiaj, jest tym człowiekiem, który dzisiaj dysponuje wielkim zasobem strategicznym, jaki każde państwo dzisiaj posiada, czyli
in the times of pandemic, it's very important because they're responsible for distribution of the vaccines.
Za to dziękuję i gratuluję.
So thank you very much for successful management of your institution and for accepting this responsibility for Poland's security.
Czyli tego, żebyśmy byli zabezpieczeni na różnego rodzaju okoliczności i rozwój wypadków w dziedzinach, w których
It is thanks to your agency we are prepared for various crisis situations and we should be able to successfully counteract consequences of crisis or unexpected adverse events. So would you be so kind and tell us
jak się z nią pogodzić?
how can you actually live with such a huge responsibility? How to reconcile this? Well, I'm in shock because I've heard so many kind words. Usually I'm told it's too late and too little. During the times of crisis, it is important to build a structure, an organization that is able to flexibly react under pressure. And I will speak about this in a moment. You may be surprised if I tell you that this was not a particularly deep crisis. The situation was difficult with a lot of intensity, but it was based on one vector, that was health crisis. In the current reality, we could be subjected to much more complex crisis situations. For example, the energy sector could impact not just one aspect of our life, but many, many different fields and sectors, including food supplies, healthcare system, and other aspects such as communication. So this crisis, although it has been a very difficult experience, and it was a heavy burden for our agency, and we would have much preferred not to have to go through this crisis. However, we were able to test our resilience to crisis situations. What was critical from the point of view of our operations during the pandemic? It was not really the resources. Of course, face masks, medical overalls, personal protection was very important. However, the most important thing was to take the right strategic decisions. And if not for those decisions, we would have had more problems to face. So it was critical that decisions were made fast, procedures were flexible, and that communication at different levels allowed us to secure
która jakby wymykała się trochę spoza takich
crisis management during the pandemic.
Mam na myśli między innymi to, że
And just to give you an example, flexibility meant for every
czyli aby agencja
civil servant to know that there would be no consequences for acting outside the scope of responsibilities. So
kwestia pewnej dynamiki działania, takiej właśnie komunikacyjnej, było
there
to,
was also
nie czekali na
the question of the right dynamics of communication. We did not have to wait for the results of intragovernmental or consultations. We had
to również była taka rzecz, która wymagała tempa i takiej szybkości działania. I chciałbym tutaj
to respond very quickly and to react very quickly. So all these
była wykonawcą, my byliśmy narzędziem. To były bardzo dobre decyzje, które na początku podjął
were taken by the government. It was not our agency that was responsible for this. It was Prime Minister Morawiecki and his government that made it possible to have this flexible approach, and this gave certain dynamics to the events. Even before I started my work in the agency, people were concerned about the purchasing decisions, insufficient funding, decisions always having to be issued in writing. But
pozwoliło po pierwsze właśnie na takie dynamiczne działanie związane
thanks to decisions taken by the government, we were able to be flexible in terms of procurement. We were given sufficient funds, and we did not have to wait weeks or months for decisions, which used to be the situation in the past. So when the governmental crisis management team met, soon after such meeting, decisions were made, and thanks to that we were able to react quickly and to initiate cooperation with different bodies. So
oczywiście patrząc z takiej perspektywy,
these decisions by the government made it possible for us to act swiftly. And then going down to a more operational level, indeed, all the issues mentioned by our moderator, the difficulties with chains of supplies, the difficulties with purchasing face masks or overalls, they were available in China, but the question was whether it was possible for us to effectively procure these materials. As in Poland, we have public procurement law. We have to follow the procedures, whereas there were gentlemen from other countries who toured China with suitcases full of cash, and they were simply paying cash, and they were able to take over shipments which were already ready to be sent to countries such as Poland. So we were responsible for making sure that deliveries were secured, but at the same time we were not able to waste or to risk any public funds. The Minister of Health, Łukasz Szumowski, or Janusz Cieszyński decided to buy equipment under very difficult circumstances, and certain pieces of equipment, such as mechanical ventilators, were not delivered. Problems were there. However, they had to take this risk.
Ten model nie dopuszcza pomyłek, nie dopuszcza właśnie jakichś niedoskonałości. Kolejna kwestia to była ta logistyka.
The logistics.
Możliwość przewiezienia właśnie towaru z punktu A do punktu B mamy przypadki, że właśnie ten
process of transporting goods from point A to point B. Certain shipments were at risk of disappearing. Sometimes a shipment was already at the airport, but it was difficult to find a carrier. We had to deal with such problems. We were able, fortunately, to resolve them in most cases, as we had very good transport and logistics companies already operating on the Chinese market, companies that on day-to-day basis traded in electronics, household supplies, and so on and so forth. And very quickly they reoriented their operations and they were able to support us. And then there was a question of certification of personal protection materials. Face masks had to be certified. KN95 norm that is prevalent in China was questioned by many public institutions in Poland. So for every such purchase, we needed to carry out additional testing. It was time-consuming. We were able to minimize the risk of major errors because we always tested equipment or personal protection material before it was delivered to Poland. However, it was time-consuming and in the times of crisis was a major challenge. Another matter that I would like to mention is
takie powiedzenie, że generałowie walczą w poprzednich wojnach. I faktycznie my dzisiaj też myślimy o tym,
of generals always fighting past wars. We need to prepare for future scenarios, for future events. We cannot think only in terms of the pandemic. We have to foresee what could possibly happen on the future, what risks do we have to take into consideration.
Dokumentu, który po raz pierwszy również został przyjęty przez rząd Prawa i Sprawiedliwości, rządowy program rezerw strategicznych.
We have the government's strategic reserves program. It is valid until the end of this year, so we are drafting a new version of it. We are consulting different ministries, different institutions, agencies, trying to decide whether we need more medical supplies or more other resources. We need to be flexible, and the flexibility of the decision-making process, the efficiency in communications, in gathering information as to what the needs are, and the willingness to undertake new tasks. And let me tell you one story. There was a crisis. We had a local draft, and the governor decided to release supplies for a given municipality. However, the Strategic Reserves Agency said you have to come to a location that is several hundred kilometers from your town in order to collect the supplies. That was very difficult, and they had to use the voluntary fire brigades to transport the food supplies. And once they arrived to collect the supplies, they were said, well, is the shipment insured? Well, they decided to just give up. They went to a local store and simply bought the foodstuffs. The formalities and the red tape was just too much. So we have to be able to manage our reserves, and we have to make sure that we are able to manage also the logistics of supplies. For example, we started to cooperate with the State Postal Service. We also used the
w szczepionkach nie zbudowaliśmy, jak niektórzy doradzali,
And
kupcie
as
1000
for the
samochodów, będziecie wozić
transportation of
te szczepionki
vaccines,
po
some
całej
people
Polsce.
advised us to
Myśmy
buy
poszli w inną stronę. W tej
1,000
chwili mamy
vehicles in
podpisane
order to
szereg
transport
umów z
the
hurtowniami
vaccines throughout Poland.
farmaceutycznymi, które
We decided to
codziennie są w
use a
każdej aptece,
different
czasami po 2
solution.
albo 3 razy.
We
I to te
used
hurtownie
a network
farmaceutyczne
of
za wynagrodzenie
pharmaceutical
mają
wholesalers.
certyfikowany, wykwalifikowany personel. Robią to prawdopodobnie taniej niż
They provide this service for a fee, but it is still far cheaper than purchasing a whole fleet of vehicles to transport the vaccines. It was not necessary for us to build a new ICT system, because we used services of a network that is already in existence and is already functioning. So after this crisis, after this experience, and the management of Minister Dworczyk and the Prime Minister, we decided to amend the Act of Law on the Strategic Reserve.
All these individual decisions that were put into COVID legislation and actually opened up possibilities for the government to act based on the Strategic Reserves Agency. Then the permanent place of the legislation and will not expire, be also a very important armament in our portfolio to fight any other potential crisis.
Bardzo dziękuję. To też dużo nowych istotnych wątków się pojawiło. Rzeczywiście jest tak, że warto zawsze o tym pamiętać, że za każdą polityką, za każdymi procesami
behind every politics, policies and decisions, there are specific people who are either capable of taking those decisions or not. It's not that things happen automatically. If something works well, that means that people had taken good decisions in the past, or if something fails to work well, then the same reason applies. So I believe we had a couple of very important topics that we broached, and we will definitely once again speak about them in the second part of the discussion. Indeed, I concur that the COVID crisis was not the worst kind of crisis. This was, of course, the crisis that was that concerned health and life and limb, perhaps. So the base of the Maslow's pyramid. So it was not a very detrimental one, nonetheless. It also taxed the capabilities of the whole society. The scientists who research the societies may confirm that such a mild crisis, rather, has led to let's say, demolition of the world social links. Maybe this testifies that contemporary societies are very weak. Now, speaking about managing the whole process to arrive at a good outcome, we conclude that you had to get out of the frameworks, the procedures dictate. Does that mean the procedures are bad, or extraordinary situation require extraordinary activities? Quick decisions, quick communication, flexibility. To what extent can those lessons be a takeaway from the crisis for crisis management for the coming crises, or was it really dictated by ad hoc decisions? Because in the public administration, the question of risk is always a serious question. To what extent you can allow to decide upon the fates of other people and the public sphere, because of private risks are private things, but public risk is something entirely different. Can we apply the same risk categories also to the public sphere, and how to judge upon the righteousness of decisions that were taken? Right, we have also received Mr. Dworczyk's letter
strategicznych rezerw do Kancelarii Prezydenta, więc
concerning the new program
rzeczywiście
strategic
jest
reserves.
pytaniem dzisiaj o to, co byśmy nazwali w dzisiejszym XXI wieku
So the question that arises is what we would call a strategic reserve nowadays. What are strategic things that we need to stockpile in order to conclude that we are quite safe strategically? That's a very interesting question. So starting from meat, veal, the pork, and veal, and in addition to food, of course, sanitary equipment and band-aids and so on. What else? So that was the first round. I believe that we will utilize our times well based on those topics. But now the question is for the second round. Mr. Sypniewski spoke about the question of ownership. How do you perceive the current temporary market in terms of logistics ownership? I'm asking this question as a curious citizen. What is the ownership structure of logistics in Poland? To what extent it helps to build up Polish sovereignty? Or are we are we subjugated as InPost originated in Poland? It's no more Polish. Other companies ownership was also transferred to foreign hands. So what is the question? How does the ownership of logistics impact sovereignty? Thank you very much. I'd like to hark back on what my colleague said, who said that thanks to Polish shippers and logistic companies in Asia, you could very quickly build up contacts that have borne fruit and the ability to supply very much sought after goods when the crisis erupted. This based on what was happening in the past 3 decades. The Polish business have created logistics power in many aspects. From the shipping or automotive shipping point of view, we are #1 in Europe. The fleet of lorries for that is the biggest in Europe. We have very many companies and also schools that educate logistics. Why? Because Poland is the operation area of the largest logistic companies. We are also very important hub, also for geographical reasons, and there are many education facilities for train logistics. The first thing I'd like to draw your attention to is something from the American market. It shows the interface between digital technologies and logistics and the importance of both for economy. 60% of US households today use a system which is called Alexa. There's an AI system. It looks like a sender, transmitter, where you can order the goods you need, among other things, of course. And these goods are supplied to your fridge by Amazon, which serves as both manufacturer and supplier. So this is one of the examples that shows those linkages, those intertwined connections. Second example, there are 2 big harbors in Germany, Hamburg and Bremen. And the coat of arms of Hamburg, there is a gate, and Bremen has the key. So there was an obvious connection between the 2. And in the area of Duisburg, a huge logistic hub was built. This is basically the gateway of Asia to Europe. This is where trains come, which also pass Poland, where the goods are disembarked, and a German company called DHL also supplies those goods to Poland. Also, DHL, a German post, by the way, because DHL is owned by a German post, is the world's largest logistic company. There's no bigger than one than that. At the same time, the company, maybe you know that, is a company that spends the highest amount of money for investigation or developing of logistics technologies. Polish market now. We have a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises which are faring well, but they had to compete against the largest concerns worldwide. And we have three geopolitical plans that touch upon the economy. One thing is the Chinese One Belt, One Road plan, the Silk Road, in other words. The other one, I believe the minister should perhaps complement that if it's more American or Polish projects, namely the intermarium. And the third one is what is present, has been present since the 18th century, which is called Middle Europa. So building up impacts and influences by our Western neighbors. And all three projects, Poland plays a very important place because Poland is the gateway to Western Europe. Without Poland, every communication line is either longer or more difficult or more expensive. So our task for the Polish state is to make sure that all these communication tracks that run across our country are owned by Polish business rather than a situation that two companies, Allegro and InPost, and the e-commerce business change hands and are international. We've been building very big infrastructure. We build roads and railways and also try to expand our harbors, our ports. And it is us who need to use that infrastructure and not allow the situation that even though we paid for this infrastructure, international moguls will take advantage of that. Thank you very much. That was an interesting thing to mention. Maybe we should also dwell on that during round 3. It is me to indeed start discussion about the Middle Europa, OBOR, and intermarium. But I'm just a moderator here. To Mr. Cichoń, what really made me curious was your mentioning hybrid threats. You spoke about emergency states, how to approach them, how to define them. How do you tackle hybrid situations, something in between one piece, between security and the state of insecurity? Yesterday I came back from Georgia with the president of Poland. We visited the delimitation line in Georgia. This is a very classic hybrid situation because there is no war going on there, but every day, every week, Georgia loses a bit of the territory. People, for example, plant the crops in the fields, orchards, and when it goes, when it seems that the crops will be okay, people come and the fence is moved. For example, the field that has great fruit is now on the other side of the fence. This is because since 2019 this line is impenetrable. This happens without war because the world is keeping tabs on what's going on there.
Do tego podchodzi z oburzeniem, ale po prostu to się dzieje, tak?
approaching it with indignation, but this is exactly what is happening. In Georgia, there is no war, but such stories are kept. Sorry, people keep repeating such stories, and these activities at that interface are very aggressive.
Więc tego typu rzeczy to nie są
So
dyskusje
those things are not anymore discussions about non-existent situations. On the contrary, we are speaking about something diluted between war and peace, which is which puts us under test on an ongoing basis. So what are the most important hybrid threats, in your opinion? And how the emergency states apply to that? Thank you for this question. Indeed, at the first glance, it looks very complicated, but in reality it's very simple. All the efforts get towards destabilization of a political situation in a country or in a region, and to disintegrate social links. And if you augment this with military pressure, without war declaration, of course, by declaring exercises, by, for example, economic war. We are speaking about the Crimea or the Sea of Azov, which is a classic way of how you manage a hybrid conflict. What response can we give? Those of you who monitor these things know that in certain European countries, laws were changed, and aspects such as the use of own military forces on your own territory. In Poland has become also a possibility. For example, by reinforcing the police and the border guards formation, so the green little green people would have a problem. Yeah. So several countries have reformed their laws, allowing this happening. For example, Sweden has been doing this, augmented by huge systemic changes, such as a popular draft. On the internet, you can see a definition called DMIFI, and if you explain this acronym, then you end up with diplomatic, legal information activities, also military activities and financial activities. Then you'll end up with a whole list of possible threats. Emergency states are served best when they are not implemented, or they should be implemented for the best possible moment for the defending state. Well, if you consider hybrid threats with versus emergency states, I'd say that the current law that we have in place in Poland has been sort of separated or fragmented amongst various systems, so the integration is not anymore present. It can definitely serve its purpose when it comes to population protection. Now, as far as the functionality of your position is concerned, we are happy that the Prime Minister has those excellent tools as the head of the crisis management desk or office. Thanks to your ability, Mr. Chairman, to actually control certain deliveries. So we can give you a hint of why don't you look at the civil defense plans to sort of integrate them with the wartime plans and so on. Economy mobilization plan. And we have also HNS obligations with regard to our allies staying on our territory. So we'll have plenty of proposals to amend all these things. But this way of thinking shows clearly that something has begun rolling. So let's be optimistic that it works well eventually. Now, you ask also about the possibility of shifting lives towards or to the internet, and I think we're looking at a huge revolution in Europe because we are shifting towards digital economy.
In 1992, Single Market Act laid the foundations for the European integration, for the flow of capital, free movement of people. European Union is more ambitious. It is now preparing a digital act, Single Services Act, or Single Digital Services Act. So these are the milestones that are to build a common or a single digital market, and we shall see how it will function. There are many different threats involved. I would probably not be able to mention them, but they are fake news, deep fakes, false narrative, attempts to influence our emotions in social media. But also, when I read printed press, I can see the traces of operations that I can probably deduct the origin of. So the strategy requires a strategic communication system that would counteract such threats in a systemic way on the strategic, operational, and other levels. And when we speak about hybrid threats and cyber threats,
no to my troszeczkę jesteśmy tak jak ludzie patrzący w niebo. Widzą gwiazdy, nie wiedzą, że widzą przeszłość.
Are like people looking at the stars and not realizing that what they are seeing is actually history.
No, trzeba do tego przywiązywać bardzo dużą wagę.
The world is changing very fast, and this is something we always have to keep in mind when we build a new digital order.
Dziękuję bardzo i rzeczywiście jest tak,
thank you very much indeed.
W związku z tą rewolucją, która nas
It is true that the revolution that is coming, or maybe is already here,
tej dotyczącej właśnie życia w sieci, myślę, że jest rzeczą bardzo potrzebną. Tak w ogóle
or life online is very important. However, what we require is education. People need to be aware about the fact that things online do not always reflect reality. There are so many false narratives. We could see during the pandemic how many false narratives were present online, and probably the purpose of those narratives was to distort the image of the situation, trying to present some countries as being able to deal with the pandemic very successfully and some other countries as being very much behind.
Bezwartościowe. Natomiast zacząłbym od pana pytaniem.
Let me ask another question to all of our panelists. How would you define strategic resources?
Jak w ogóle podchodzić do definiowania tego, czym jest strategiczny zasób właśnie w sytuacji świata na poły cyfrowego,
present, nowej logistyki, nowej infrastruktury, considering the digital reality, the new infrastructures? Well, before I respond to this question, I would like to refer to
którą pan minister chciał pominąć
the
w
matter
mojej wypowiedzi,
that
ale wydaje mi się ona istotna, bo proszę prześledzić,
I'd
że
already
w
mentioned,
ciągu pandemii
because I think it is important. During the pandemic, some countries
w kilku doszło do wymiany rządu w związku
had
z jakimiś
to
prowadzonymi lub nieprowadzonymi
undergo
działaniami.
political change.
Wydaje się,
Elections
przykład
took place,
Słowacji, która
early elections took
miała
place.
ostatnio
We have an
taki kryzys
example of
właśnie,
Slovakia where
wynikający z
government
faktu,
fell,
że zakupiono
and it
szczepionki
fell in
rosyjskie,
result
które
of
się
a
okazały być,
crisis following a
wyrobionymi szczepionkami
purchase
rosyjskimi.
of Russian
Był tam konflikt,
vaccines,
również,
but they were
właśnie
counterfeit.
odszkodowanie, ale doprowadziło to do zmiany
This
rządu, więc tego
resulted
typu,
in a fall of a
wpływ,
government, so
tego aspektu komunikacyjnego nie powinien nam również
we should never
uciekać z pola
neglect
widzenia.
the
I ja bym powiedział, że wręcz wraz ze wzrostem
political
tych
consequences
narzędzi
of certain
komunikacyjnych,
crisis
sieci
situations,
cyfrowych,
with the
social
development
mediów,
of communication,
znaczenie
social
tych
media,
narzędzi, znaczenie właśnie
the
tych
importance
obszarów
of
rośnie.
communication
Jak tylko
keeps
ja przychodziłem w trudnym
increasing,
momencie,
and
bo to był,
of course
to
I
była
took
połowa kwietnia,
over
czyli już
during a
pierwsze
very
etapy
difficult
tej
period
pandemii
in the
wybiły,
middle of April.
i w kilku obszarach
We already had
byliśmy w takim
the
jednak
pandemic
narożniku, jeśli
there,
chodzi o
and
głównie
we were in
komunikację.
a
Te
corner
dostawy z
in
Chin jeszcze nie
particular
przyjechały.
when it comes to communication. We were still awaiting
Już
supplies from
byliśmy bardzo
China,
mocno punktowani
and we were
komunikacyjnie. I
criticized
tutaj,
very, very strongly.
jedną z takich decyzji, które
So one
podjęliśmy, to
of
była
the
bardzo bliska
decisions
współpraca
that we
właśnie z Chinem.
took was to
Bardzo bliska
cooperate
współpraca
very, very
tutaj
closely
całego
with
zespołu,
the
który na nowo
government
został zbudowany.
information
Siedzą też
center.
osoby,
We
które
built a
na tej
team
sali, które brały w tym udział, których
that
zadaniem było
worked
właśnie
very closely
odkłamywanie
together,
rzeczywistości
and
i pokazywanie faktów.
their
I myśmy
task
bardzo mocno
was
na
to
taką
present the
walkę z
facts as
fejkami,
they were, to fight
postawili.
as they were,
Efekt był
to
taki,
fight
że
against the
trwały
fake
właśnie
news
w
and
takich
fake
sieciach
false
społecznościowych
narratives.
chwalono nas, że jest to no nie dajemy tym przeciwnikom przestrzeni do rozwijania
And
tych właśnie
we
szkodliwych
did
narracji,
not
ale
give
było to możliwe po pierwsze dzięki właśnie bardzo bliskiej współpracy
space
z różnymi
for these false narratives
ministerstwami,
to
takiej
develop. We
komunikacji z
worked
wojewodami,
together with
komunikacji
ministries,
z
with
dyrektorami czasami
governors,
szpitali.
with
I bardzo
hospitals,
szybkie, precyzyjne
and
reagowanie,
we
punktowanie
reacted
podstawy faktów.
very quickly in a
Trzeba też
very
powiedzieć, że
precise
no,
manner,
tutaj,
presenting
oczywiście taka
the
jest specyfika
facts.
polityki. Nasi
And of
przeciwnicy
course, this is
polityczni
the
też wcale nie
specificity
zostawiali
of
nam
politics. Our
przestrzeni
political
na działanie,
opponents
wręcz
did not
wykorzystywali
leave
różne
any
potknięcia,
space
czy,
for us
czy takie
to
momenty,
make
gdzie
mistakes.
było trochę trudniej, a czasami wręcz je
And
generowali.
sometimes they even
Opowiadali o tym, że nie
generated
przychodzą
problems,
respiratory,
saying that
podczas gdy
ventilators
już
were
były
not
od
delivered,
kilku dni u nich, albo w ogóle
whereas
ich nie zamawiali.
ventilators had
Albo
already been
jednego
delivered,
dnia,
or
tak jak,
they were
tutaj
never ordered by
władze Warszawy
particular
zamówiły respiratory i
hospitals.
tego samego dnia
So,
ogłosiły, że respiratory nie przychodzą.
For example, there
Więc
were
no
some
była
hospitals
cały
that
czas też walka z taką
ordered
narracją również
ventilators
wewnętrzną.
and
Nie powinniśmy
announced
tego pomijać,
a day
szczególnie,
a day
że
later
recepta na to wcale
that
nie jest jakaś
ventilators are not
wyjątkowo
there.
skomplikowana, bo kwestia współpracy, takiej aktywnej, szybkiej
So it was
odpowiedzi.
very important
I
to
to, co było
work
ważne też w
together
kryzysie,
very,
myśmy
very
postawili
closely
mocno
and
na
to
współpracę
respond
między
quickly
resortami.
to fake
I
news, to false
ten
narratives.
RZZK
So
był bardzo
we
dobrym
worked
miejscem, gdzie wymieniane
with
były
other ministries,
konkretne
we worked
zadania,
with the government information
podejmowane
center.
decyzje i przechodziliśmy od razu do
So as soon as decisions
wdrożenia.
were
I tutaj też
taken by
kluczem była
the
dobra komunikacja,
crisis management
informacja,
team,
czego
we
gdzie brakuje.
decided
Myśmy mogli
to
tym lepiej
present
reagować
our narrative.
na problemy, im
It
lepszą
allowed
mieliśmy
us to react
wiedzę
to
o zagrożeniu.
problems
I bardzo ładnie tutaj w pewnym momencie
and
działał,
to see
te zadania przejął na
what
siebie
problems could be expected.
RCB, Rządowe Centrum Bezpieczeństwa, które
And the
koordynowało te
governmental
wymiany. Dzisiaj mam wrażenie,
security
jak
center
trochę to ciśnienie pandemiczne
acted as a
spada, to ta
coordinator.
silosowość
Now,
wraca do normy. To te
when the
resorty, które
crisis is not
współpracowały w
as
kryzysie,
intense as it
trzeba przyznać,
was,
naprawdę fantastycznie się
ministries
współpracowało i Ewa
tend
Zbójnia i
not
Monin,
to be
naprawdę
as
mogliśmy
willing
na nich
to work
zawsze
together
polegać i
as
to
before.
było bardzo dobre, bo wiedzieliśmy, że za plecami
And
stoją
it is a pity
sojusznicy.
because it was so
O
good
tyle
to work
dzisiaj,
closely with the Ministry of
nie mówię tutaj o tym
Interior, with
szczeblu
other
centralnym
ministries.
ministrów, bo
At the
na pewno
central
została
level,
deklaracja
things
współpracy
are
jest bardzo mocna, ale
still
właśnie na poziomie takich
looking
już
good.
wykonawczych tam
But when we
departamentów,
look at
biur,
different
no, tam każdy próbuje
departments,
to swoje
offices and agencies,
królestwo zabezpieczyć, no
they
bo
try
to
to
nie
secure
wiadomo,
their
co później, a
own
może nas
fields,
ktoś
their
przejmie, a
own
może
tasks in order to prove that they are needed, that they have the certain scope of responsibilities. And moving on to the very core of the matter, I would like to underline the question of capacity. It was not the resources that were decisive, but of course resources were needed. We bought face masks, we bought overalls, but very soon, at the request of Prime Minister, we decided to try as hard as possible to encourage Polish companies to produce these materials. And now we no longer have to deal with very long supply chains. For example, the President of the Republic of Poland initiated a program for Polish textile plants to work on producing personal protection materials such as face masks. We continue to cooperate with these Polish companies because we want to produce as much as possible locally or domestically. And let me give you an example of Italy. Italy said that they had no need to purchase ventilators because they can produce their own ventilators. But at some point, the producers said, we are no longer able to produce because we do not have sufficient supplies of parts from Korea or from other Far East countries. So we should look not only at the producers of final products, we should look at the whole supply chain so that we are able to produce certain material or certain piece of equipment, and we are not so dependent on supplies from distant locations. We need instruments that work very well during the times of peace, in order to be able to adapt them very quickly to the crisis situation. For example, we need a single IT system that would make it possible for us to manage at a central level
czyli taka wymiana informacji o tych zasobach, które być może są gdzieś na tych szczeblach niższych. Nie ma potrzeby ich powielać na szczeblu
and the supplies that are available in different locations, for example, in different voivodeships.
Ale ta koordynacja zasobów musi być
Because it may happen that we need something in one part of Poland and we do not need to purchase it from outside because it is already available in another part of Poland. And it's not just the reserves, it's not only what we store on shelves in our storage facilities. We also have to be able to mobilize the resources of our economy. We need companies with sufficient capacity to quickly provide certain resources. And thanks to the latest amendments in the legislation, we are able to pay for such a capacity to be maintained. We are able to order production capacity. So we have to think not only in terms of what we need today, but also in terms of what we may need in the future. Our agency has 4 types of reserves: medical, food supplies, for different emergencies, be it flood or drought, or technical resources, and that is mainly to act in the case of floods, and there is also fuel reserves. So we have a law on fuel reserves, and we are able to secure 90 days of average fuel consumption for the country. This gives us space and time to act in a crisis situation, to secure
musimy myśleć
alternative supply sources. So our national security strategy is an umbrella which proves that different agencies, different activities need to be complementary. We need a certain synergy. And our agency will ask as a coordinator based on experiences from this crisis.
Dziękuję bardzo. Szanowni Państwo,
Well, thank you very much.
Kilka minut naszego panelu, więc prosiłbym jeszcze każdego
We have
z panów
few minutes left, so if each of the panelists would be so kind as to share with us the most important lesson that
należy wyciągnąć po okresie tego
should
stanu
be
nadzwyczajnego, jakim był okres
learned
pandemiczny.
after the pandemic.
Panie ministrze, pozwolę sobie
Well, Minister, if I may, I would like to refer to the previous speaker, because if we consider what a strategic reserve is, well, if you are successful in logistics, you are able to plan your strategic supplies. You are able to foresee certain events, and then the government, the state, and the society are able to benefit from this. So what lesson should be drawn from the pandemic? From my point of view, the most important lesson is to understand how important it is to be able to cover as much of the supply chains as possible. So the world has learned that it is well worth it to shorten supply chains, to move some of the production closer to the end user. And a particular lesson that pertains to logistics is for us to invest in logistics. And by this, I do not necessarily mean roads, but the central communication spot. We should not give up on this project. We should continue this project because we can become a major cargo hub for this part of Europe. Apart from that, we should invest in modern railroads, and also our borders that are the external borders of the customs, single customs zone, should be invested in because they should become multimodal logistics centers. And just to give you an example, the border with Lithuania, with Belarus, has a greater capacity for custom checks for trains than the Polish border, and we have to invest in our capacity for border controls. And let me quote
temu kierunkowi myślenia pewne fundamenty. On powiedział,
one of the founders of Polish positivism, Świętochowski said, being realistic is not giving up on dreams, is giving up on illusions. So this is something we should remember, and this is one of the lessons that we should draw from the pandemic.
Ja myślę, że
I believe that the pandemic allowed us to verify the systemic, organizational and legal framework. It may be too early to draw final conclusions. However, I think that the result here is, for example, the new agency for strategic supplies or strategic reserves.
Natomiast ja bym powiedział tak, te państwa, które
those countries that have an efficient crisis management and civil protection systems will be able to
wykorzystując również przewagi, które
come out stronger after every crisis.
Tego bym
So
nam wszystkim życzył, żeby
this is
Polska
something I'd like to wish
była w przyszłości.
for us as a country. We should be one of the countries that come out stronger of every countries. And the last
Nie lubię takich krótkich podsumowań,
panel,
bo źle w tym wypadam, ale
I'm not very good in summing up, but
elastyczne narzędzia,
we need effective, efficient and flexible tools that on one hand are not only using the state resources
ale również potrafią w bardzo szybki sposób angażować, wykorzystywać te zasoby prywatne, zasoby komercyjne.
Commercial companies, private resources, and all this needs to be supported by a government that is able to look into the future, foresee threats. And I would like to agree with Mr. Sypniewski and Mr. Cichoń. What we need certainly is cooperation and thinking in terms of common good. And we also have to be very humble because we never know what's coming. Reality may surprise us. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję naszym panelistom, bardzo dziękuję Państwu za uwagę.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd like to thank the panelists. If someone thought that logistics could be boring before this panel started, I hope we were able to prove you wrong. I believe that this is a very interesting topic, and I hope you would like to hear more about this. This is a very vast topic, and we can continue during the next editions of our Congress. And let me invite you to the next panel. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dziękujemy za rzeczywiście bardzo ciekawą
Thank you for that.
dyskusję.
Indeed, very interesting
Czas na ostatni
discussion.
panel
Now
zatytułowany
it's time for the
Bezpieczeństwo
final
finansowe.
panel called
Partnerem tego
Financial
panelu jest
Security.
Giełda Papierów Wartościowych w
That is
Warszawie.
the Warsaw Stock Exchange
Rozmawiać
as a
będą
partner of this panel.
wiceprezes Narodowego Banku Polskiego
Vice
w
President
Warszawie
National
Paweł
Bank of
Szałamacha,
Poland, Paweł
prezes zarządu
Szałamacha,
Banku PKO SA
CEO of
Leszek
the
Skiba
PKOSA
oraz
Bank, Leszek
współzałożyciel
Skiba, and
i
the
prezes
co-owner
RAM
and the
Network Szymon
CEO
Sypniewicz.
of RAM Network,
Zapraszamy na
Szymon
scenę.
Sypniewicz,
Rozmowę
will
moderować
participate.
będzie prezes
The panel will
Giełdy
be
Papierów
moderated
Wartościowych
by the
Marek Dietl.
CEO of the Warsaw Stock Exchange, Marek Dietl.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
W kuluarach żeśmy rozmawiali o tym, że
The offline mode in the corridors we've been talking
paneli to ci, którzy byli
about
mówcami w poprzednich edycjach,
moderators of
więc traktuję tą
panel
rolę
on many occasions as speakers from the previous
i bardzo się
panels,
cieszę,
so
że mogę w
I
gronie tak
believe
znakomitych
that
gości
this is a very big promotion and honor for me. And I'm very grateful to be able to moderate discussion amongst a very prominent guest. The topic is very interesting because we will be talking about the money in the context of security. However, this is not a very popular topic to discuss openly, so it is a unique occasion to listen to the opinion of people who are and will have a big influence on our financial security in this open manner. So the first topic to cover in the first round
historyczną czy chronologiczną perspektywę
will be a historical perspective. We will be talking about the conjunction between Polish sovereignty and security and the finance from the historical perspective.
Jaka jest tego przyszłość w kontekście
what
zmian,
it looks like now and what the future will bring us, and the context of the changes that scare many and encourage activity of the few. The first question goes to Mr. Paweł Szałamacha. Which time is it that you participate in Poland, the Great Project conference? So how do you see it from the context of the Polish history, Polish security, Polish finance? Could you please give us characteristics of that all? Thank you very much.
Bezpieczeństwo finansowe kraju,
the country's financial security,
zależy od trzech
looking from the bird's eye perspective, depends basically on three
czynników, to znaczy
factors.
Pierwsze od tego, czy
Firstly,
kraj posiada zróżnicowaną
does a country
gospodarkę realną,
have a diversified real economy without any bigger tensions or conflicts in the real economy?
Drugie to jest wymiar instytucjonalny.
Another factor is the institutional dimension in terms of financial management, such as your own currency and the banking system. Does the country have a competent and efficient money managing institutions? And the third factor, the most difficult one that has to breathe life into the two previous ones, namely, do we have in our country
kompetentnymi elitami rządzącymi w wymiarze
competent ruling elites
intelektualnym, czyli
and the intellectual dimension, and by this I mean people who basically deal with teaching the staff, the officers, their business, and the ruling persons, or do they feel an obligation, commitment to their country's well-being, or, as it was the case in the history many times, this commitment is rather loose because they serve other interests, these people. If we look back at our history, we can illustrate this iron triad with several examples. The example, that we like to refer to very often is our pre-war state, the Second Republic, the first Polish sovereign state in the modern times. It lasted very short, not the full generation even.
Państwo, z którego chcemy być dumni i mamy powód być dumnym.
And nonetheless, we are very proud of this achievement, and we should really. From the financial perspective, though, the foundations of this state were very fragile, even though it had the factor number 3 in place, the most competent elites, governing elites in all dimensions, intellectual entrepreneurs and state officials and decision makers. although fluctuating to a varying degree, it was, as that state was very much subject to external crisis, because the real economy was poorly diversified. After the partitioning of Poland, after the occupation, the industrial sector was very underdeveloped. The economy was basically based on agriculture. In that agriculture, there was a lot of tensions, social tensions. We love the Second Republic, but the tensions were huge. There were peasant strikes, which were stifled by the police using weapons, and blood was flowing. Hundreds of thousands of people were unemployed because they couldn't find work in agriculture. And thirdly, it was due to the predecessor of the institution that I serve in my country right now, namely the money managing institutions. In fact, the Second Republic had a very efficient tax system, which brought huge problems to many businesses. The question is whether all the possibilities were used, and if imagination was implemented to the last extent. After a terrible period of hyperinflation and the first years of growth of our country, we saw the growth of the country distorted by wars. We had 1920, the war with Bolsheviks, then the hyperinflation. It was only after 1924 that the economy stabilized to a certain degree. Then the customs war evoked by Germany, then a few years of a rebreather, and then the global crisis struck. So from those nearly 20 years, there were only a few years that we could actually develop unimpeded and learn from your own mistakes and correct them. However, the spot that is treated as mythology, very strong zloty, and sticking to the gold standard after many countries have departed already, was something different. The ruling elites were acting in the best interests of the country as they understood it from the hyperinflation point of view. They knew that any country that would actually tweak the parity of zloty, against the Swiss franc and gold itself would risk the loss of credibility on the financial markets. So these people were actually clinging to the gold standard at every cost for sake of credibility, even though other countries departed from this gold standard. This led to a very deep recession, huge unemployment, and resulted in various tensions, social tensions. Now, if we illustrate this triad with the example of the last 3 decades, we should see that early in the 1990s, several mistakes were made, in my opinion, as regards the lack of sensible industrial policy for those assets that we have inherited after the communist accelerated industrialization. The elites regarded those assets as a burden rather than an asset that should be restructured perhaps or modified to operate in the new economic conditions. They just wanted to divest it, to get rid of it.
Starając się ich zrozumieć, starając się oddać.
We should also put ourselves in their shoes, nonetheless.
Jakieś zasługi. Działali w świetle doświadczeń.
To give them credit. They were acting overshadowed by the first attempts to reform the communism economy in the 1970s. So in the 1990s, where the clash occurred of the Polish economy with the most efficient global economies, with the dominating intellectual stream, they just surrendered. They decided that we cannot afford anything else than the mythical strategic investor who would come to a Polish company and just drag it out of trouble. I shouldn't be too stringent. I would be more than happy to discuss that issue. Too harsh. Today, the economy is very diversified when it comes to, for example, export structure. A lot of sectors operate in the economy, but we also lack something that would be a Polish export specialty, which gives the only opportunity to obtain high margins. We also lack a prevalent Polish ownership in those industries. 20 years ago, people spoke about Polish Nokia, or Polish Samsung or Hyundai, perhaps. Computer game sector would turn into such a thing, which is gigantic in terms of revenues worldwide. The second or the other legs of those triad bear certain doubts. I spoke about elites and the best knowledge and the sense of obligation, of duty. Let's illustrate with a very distant country, beautiful Argentina. The Argentine elites more than 20 years ago took a rather disastrous decision to accept US dollar as their own. They were guided perhaps by the doing the utmost good to the country. However, based on scientific evidence, they brought about a terrible collapse of the economy. Did we have to deal with a similar financial situation in the past 30 years in our country? I don't think so. We can't provide a similar dramatic example, but there have been several moments where we actually there was a near miss of a huge crisis. More than 20 years ago, a decision was made of the Monetary Council, the first term, about a dramatic rise of interest rates in 1999 by 6%. Perhaps you can still recall that. In order to cool down the economy, that was basically decided by the Monetary Council, a huge shock to the economy because the Council thought that there is imbalance in the trade
the foreign trade.
Dramatyczny spadek
After 1999, though, we saw a dramatic slump of the economic growth. In 2001, the Samoobrona Self-Defense Party went into the parliament.
To liberalne opinii publicznej po raz pierwszy zaczęły narzekać na populizm.
Where the first voices of populism started to speak. There was a giant shock. Thousands of people became jobless. Then, after Poland's accession into EU, we saw a huge emigration out of Poland after opening of the labor market there.
Tych instytucji, tak?
So these were the most gravest institutional errors of the central bank that was only learning how to become independent.
Taki epizod bardzo niepokojący, no to jest to obsuwanie się,
similar episode, very disconcerting one,
do funkcjonowania w oparciu o swoje dochody, czyli
is the inability to operate of the Polish state, inability to operate based on its own revenues by collecting taxes that we saw during the 8 years of the coalition rule.
And we have been regaining control. I am not objective. I have to say it very clearly.
Tą uwagę, ponieważ pracowałem nad tym.
Because this is something I worked on.
Tutaj też pewien wkład pracy. Także odzyskaliśmy tę zdolność.
So we have regained control in this respect, and right now financial security of the state, economic security of the state is greater today. And this is something we benefited from during the last year, because certain tasks had been done after 2015. During the crisis, during the pandemic in 2020, we were able to use our capacity to implement ambitious programs that maintained economic activity. National Bank of Poland, the government, the parliament acted together. So we have suffered some losses after the pandemic, but those losses were smaller than those suffered by some other countries. Some of the countries that we think very fondly of are very dependent on tourism, for example. And if there is no income or they miss a few million tourists, they suffer very much economically. Some other countries decided to give up on their own currency, and currency is an important instrument. We cannot say yet that we are fully secure, that we are on the safe side, because this is something that we need to build over dozens of years of reasonable policies, so we have not yet completed the task. However, we are on the right path. However, we should not
Bardzo
stop the
dziękuję.
efforts. Well, thank you very much.
Jak zwykle nie zawiodłem się na erudycji Pawła Szałamachy.
Paweł Szałamacha never disappoints.
Bardzo ciekawa podróż przez ostatnie 100 lat naszego bezpieczeństwa finansowego. Dla tych, którzy jeszcze nie czytali, to mogę polecić książkę Pawła Czwarta Rzeczpospolita, pierwsza odsłona, gdzie też można
of the financial security of Poland,
doświadczyć tej erudycji.
and I recommend his book.
Bardzo, bardzo za to dziękuję i teraz przyszedłem do
sure you will enjoy.
Leszka Skiby, pana prezesa. Drogi Leszku,
Let me move on
jak
to
ty
Leszek
patrzysz
Skiba.
dzisiaj, jak z twojej perspektywy, z perspektywy
what's your
prezesa dużego
perspective?
banku wygląda
You are
bezpieczeństwo
a CEO of a
Polski?
major
Tutaj
bank.
Paweł Szałamacha zakreślił taką
What is
triadę,
your
prawda, trzy takie
outlook on
elementy.
the security of
Rozpiął taki
Poland? Mr. Szałamacha
płaszcz
spoke about
przed
three
nami,
most
natomiast,
important
czy
aspects
w tej
of this
triadzie
financial
Pawła Szałamachy,
security.
czy w jakimś innym
Do you
układzie
agree with him,
dzisiaj
or
ocenił
would
stan
you like to
bezpieczeństwa
present
finansowego
some
Polski,
other
suwerenności finansowej
assessment of
Rzeczpospolitej?
the financial security or financial sovereignty of Poland
Dziękuję bardzo.
today?
Rzeczywiście,
Well, Paweł,
jak powiedziałeś,
as you have rightly said, took us on a trip through history, gave us a very wide picture, and based on this picture we can say a few more words. I am looking from a slightly different perspective. However, I do not expect to disagree with Paweł Szałamacha. We have to remember that from the point of view of the real economy finances interface, we should
Zawsze jest pytanie, przed chwilą mieliśmy panel o logistyce, teraz mamy panel o finansach.
always ask ourselves
Takie podstawowe pytanie, jaka jest
a fundamental question: what is the objective and what is the function of the financial sector? We had a panel on logistics just before, and now we are speaking about financial security. And this is actually a very sensible order, because
wobec czegoś większego
we are introducing mechanisms and building sectors that are to serve a higher purpose. So, for example, the financial sector is to
to, co jest kluczowe, to jest kwestia istnienia państwa, gospodarki, społeczeństwa.
ensure the security of the state, the economy, and the society. The financial security of the state is something that
pozwala nam na
allows us
funkcjonowanie państwa, funkcjonowanie społeczeństwa,
to
funkcjonowanie
ensure
gospodarki i cały ten
functioning of functioning of the society, of the economy, of the state, of institutions. For example, bank grants loans, the stock markets
działa w odpowiedni sposób, że to są
provide
instytucje służebne
financial fluidity for the economy,
ma większe znaczenie, dużo większą trwałość. Państwo, naród,
are to serve the state, the nation, the political community, which is the higher purpose, and then apart from that, people need to fulfill their everyday needs. So, for example, they need a loan, they want to go on holidays, they want to invest funds so that they can have a secure future.
Od tym momencie zaczynają się schody, można powiedzieć.
This is where the difficulties start, because
można powiedzieć, nie ma jednego przepisu na bezpieczeńststwo finansowe w takim znaczeniu, że
there is no one
nie można napisać
prescription for financial security. Of course, we can always refer to history since the antiquity, and it helps us to understand the money, be it gold or paper or stocks,
zmieniają się poprzez historię. I dzisiaj, jak sobie popatrzymy na współczesny świat,
and how
no to
it
oczywiście
changes
naturalne
throughout
jest to, że
history. So when
pierwsze
we
pytanie dotyczące bezpieczeństwa finansowego to jest właśnie pytanie takie,
ask ourselves
czy państwo,
a question
wyzwania
whether
rozwojowe
the
związane z
states,
funkcjonowaniem
the
całego
developmental
organizmu,
challenges,
całej
the
gospodarki, jak i
functioning
poszczególnych
of the
firm,
economy,
poszczególnych ludzi jest,
individual companies,
te wszystkie wyzwania są zapewnione, czy zagwarantowane jest finansowanie tych wyzwań, które pozwolą nam mieć
in
takie
their
poczucie,
financial needs.
że plany, które
Are we able to say that
są takim fundamentem przyszłości, przetrwania
that the plans that we make in order to lay foundations for the future are feasible?
Banki pełnią funkcję istotną, jak
serve
wiemy,
an
ale
important
w dzisiejszym świecie
function.
na pytanie, kto ma sfinansować
In today's
jakąś transakcję,
world, if you think
istotną z punktu widzenia
how to finance a certain
inwestycji,
undertaking,
powiększania
how to make an investment, how to extend a production line, how to build an innovative company,
Paweł, czyli firm, które mogą być motorem eksportowym polskiej
how
gospodarki.
to
Na koniec
build
zawsze jest pytanie, czy
an
dobrze funkcjonuje sektor
economic
finansowy
champion,
rozwiązujący,
you
działający w taki
always
sposób,
end
że
up thinking about the financial sector. Is it able to support the development of Polish companies
związane z tymi firmami banki, poprzez to, że giełda jest
through
istotnym alternatywnym
loans,
źródłem finansowania,
through
poprzez to, że ta relacja zaufania jest
stock
jest
markets?
odpowiednia. W kolejnych krokach mamy do czynienia z kwestią,
we have to look at more complex questions such as fiscal system, public finances,
które tworzą cały obszar, w którym funkcjonujemy. Ale mam wrażenie, takie dwie najważniejsze rzeczy, o których warto pamiętać, to to, że to wszystko dzieje się w pewnym zmieniającym się świecie. To znaczy, że nie jest to zamknięte raz na zawsze.
everything is happening in an ever-changing world. So there is no one fixed prescription for a recipe for financial security. And Paweł spoke about elites. And the way I see it, we need enough flexibility and open mind in order to look for ways to ensure financial security, because certain solutions that were viable 10 years ago may not prove to be the right ones. In today's world, for example, we have cryptocurrencies. There is a question of Facebook maybe introducing its own currency, digital money or digital currency. So
powinno być to, że my w dalszym ciągu mamy, jakby obserwujemy ten zmieniający się świat,
the changing world, and we should always be able
na to mieć odpowiedź. Znaczy mieć odpowiedź. I co jest istotne, myślę, że to nie tylko chodzi o odpowiedź rozumianą jako pasywne stwierdzenie, tak? Tutaj mamy swoją walutę, jest to złoty, mamy swoje banki,
we've got our own currency, Polish zloty, we've got our own stock exchange, there are bitcoins, there are other solutions.
To nie tylko chodzi, aby wcale w pasywny sposób zastanawiać się, czy jeszcze nasze wały obronne
are we able to protect ourselves, or will we give in to turbulences of the global financial markets?
Odpowiedź powinna być odwrotna, to znaczy odpowiedź powinna być w tym sensie aktywna, że my w dalszym ciągu w kreatywny sposób musimy bronić naszej stabilności,
defending the stability and the security of our financial system.
Móc reagować na to, jak zmienia się świat. Krótko mówiąc, jest takie powiedzenie, że wiele się musi zmienić w sensie świata finansowego, żeby wszystko pozostało po staremu, czyli w dalszym ciągu można powiedzieć, było
and it is true for the financial sector. It needs to remain the pillar for the social and economic development. In order for things to remain the same, we have to be active, not reactive. We need to be able to change, to adapt in order to protect what's most important, in order to protect the foundations of our financial system. So, currency is an important issue. have our Polish
istotnym
zloty,
fundamentem,
and it is an important foundation. And discussions are underway. Many arguments are presented in order to support for Poland to join the Eurozone and to adopt the euro as currency. There are, however, equally strong arguments for Poland to maintain its own independent currency that is a pillar of our financial security. If we look at
tą dyskusję w taki ekonomiczny sposób, nie polityczny, bo polityczny
economic dimension, because political arguments are always, the train is already leaving the station and that train is European integration, and we will never be able to sit at the table where decisions are making. But these are political arguments. If we look at the economic argument, we usually wonder whether our currency is going to give us the advantage, and we have to weigh between the threats and opportunities and challenges. So we ask ourselves, is adoption of euro as our currency the right way to go? Our central bank and Ministry of Finance carry out analysis, and right now it seems that Polish zloty should remain the pillar of our financial security, because even though our interest rates are similar, interest rates in Poland, or the natural interest rate in Poland, differs from the Eurozone. So euro does not seem to be attractive for the Polish economy right now. And if we look at the potential impact of the banking union on the financial sector, there are other arguments we have to take into consideration. I will not quote all of those, but I would like to encourage you to look at reports prepared by our central bank. However, once the crisis is over, we will probably have to reconsider our position, as the pressure on integration and also currency integration in Europe is very strong.
Dyskusja o złotym pozostaje aktualna i myślę, że pozostaje ważna dla nas, żeby mieć świadomość wagi
analyzing the situation, and we have to be aware of the fact that whether we maintain our currency or join the Eurozone will have a very strong impact on our economy. Thank you very much. Many different topics were already touched upon, and my next question, as
wiele musi się zmienić, żeby nic się nie zmieniło. I drugie stwierdzenie,
I liked your statement that a lot needs to change for nothing to change or for everything to remain the same.
A po drugie jest to sposób na przetrwanie zmian. Takie dwie rzeczy, czy trzy rzeczy właściwie z wypowiedzi pana prezesa Leszka Skiby chciałem wyciągnąć i zadać
as financial sector is to serve a higher purpose, as Mr. Skiba said. I would like to meet the president of Front Network. Well, thank you very much for coming. That's first thing. For many reasons, it is very important for us. As we can clearly see, you are much younger than other panelists, so the average age is much lower thanks to your presence.
Nie chce mi się tak bardzo myśleć, jakie są nieliniowości.
And I do not want to dwell upon the non-linear developments. However, based on what Mr. Skiba has said, is the technological change in the financial sector. We are at an early stage of this change, but we can already see its consequences. So does this the institutions of other panelists are very well known. A Rump Network is not as well known. We offer exchange of national currencies into digital assets such as blockchain, supported solutions, bitcoins and other cryptocurrencies. So we are at the end of the digitalization of the financial system, so that's the end of one revolution, and we are now witnessing a very early stage of a new revolution. And this is something that will have very strong impact on financial security of all countries, including Poland.
To, czym my się zajmujemy w RAMP, to łączymy te systemy płatności cyfrowe.
Putting together digital payment systems that are deeply rooted in the system of national currencies with the new financial solutions systems, and their natural environment is the internet. And these systems have very different characteristics compared to the traditional banking systems and national currency systems. In order to understand the nature of these changes, we should look at other sectors of the economy. These sectors first had to go the process of digitization, and then they started to operate online only. For example, social media. Nasza Klasa is a portal that was closed yesterday. Those of you who used the internet 10 years ago probably used Nasza Klasa as their social network. However, Facebook and its success decided that Nasza Klasa no longer could no longer survive.
Nie wymaga zakotwiczenia w
In a new world where everything is digital, there is no need to have anchorage in the statehood, that you don't need physical banks anymore, central banks perhaps.
Czy nie będzie tak, że te nowe aktywa nie zaczną
Will we not see the new assets displacing the zloty? But it's not a hypothetical question only, given the attempts that the largest world corporations take, for example Facebook, which attempted to issue not a digital currency that lives in the computer interfaces, but one that is disconnected from the process of currency emission that is served by the state. It was Facebook that wanted to issue their own currency, which were meant to become a payment carrier, such as dollar or zloty in Poland for everyday transactions. Coincidentally, the woman that actually devised all this project at Facebook is now the member of the board of my company, so we have insight into how the heads of states and heads of business in the US look at this question.
Nie będzie jakimś nadmiernym alarmizmem ani brakiem
I think I will not threaten you necessarily when I say that there's a problem that we shall start thinking as we speak, even today. This is a very interesting problem, because for certain group of states and currencies, this is going to be a huge hindrance. For others, this is going to be a huge opportunity. The passive states, though, which are not going to respond to the digital revolution, will lose out. Their sovereignty will be undermined slowly by the pressure of the currencies issued by non-state owners, such as corporations like Facebook, or dispersed networks of issuers, similar to what we see in Bitcoin. So one of the attempts to respond to the expansion of digital and independent or state bank independent money is the concept of digital currencies issued by central banks, CBDC. This is a concept which means that central banks would issue currency as tokens or stored on accounts that are maintained by the central bank, by eliminating the commercial banking sector at all. There's a response to the reaction of the market, which was very favorable towards the Facebook's initiative. Facebook made a lot of effort to make it not only a Facebook currency, but to take on board multiple corporations that would adopt this currency and use it to popularize it. Those companies included not only social media, but also serious companies such as Visa, PayPal, MasterCard, as well as marketplaces such as Uber, through which lots of billions of dollars flow every day. So this transition of major players and the shift to a new currency would be a very important impact on the finance world in those countries. So CBDC seems to be a response by central bank to notice the trend and to respond to it. And I was quite happy to see that National Bank of Poland have been also working on this topic. I'm a bit disappointed by us assuming a rather passive position, which is no wonder because the bank has a very well-defined mandate to stick to. This is a political question to a large extent, that not only economists should be involved, but it should also become a topic of the public debate. And I'm very happy that I was invited to this conference because I'm aware that many decision makers and prominent representatives of the Polish politics also draws a lot of knowledge from this event about the changes worldwide. So I'd like to conclude by saying that we are in front of a very big challenge, which is not hypothetical. And I believe that the states and governments that assume passive attitude towards it will lose out. This is one of the markets which, in the vocabulary of digital management, calls for the first mover advantage. The same category translates into competition between the states. Since currencies become digital and they become an internet-based thing that has no border, we're entering a phase of global competition, which all the countries worldwide become acutely aware of. China, for example, ran a pilot product on issuing digital currencies by their central bank. The US, the UK, and other Western European countries, EU countries, have been also researching this area. So I'd like to prod our decision makers to thinking that what happens when Poles in their digital apps can select between Swiss franc, dollar or zloty to pay the bills, which currency are they going to change and why, since there will be no borders, there will be no limitations on using those instruments. So when we see global competition coming up,
kilku globalnych hegemonów,
where
jak
several
Facebook wygrał z naszą klasą.
hegemons will
To, czy nie
appear,
powinniśmy dzisiaj
such
zacząć się
as
zastanawiać, jakie
Facebook
mamy tutaj
winning
atuty,
over
które możemy
nasza
wykorzystać,
klasa,
żeby
we should
uciec do
perhaps
przodu,
ponder on our
przygotować się na takie ewentualne wstrzysy
advantages,
No ja mam dwie propozycje,
assets
dwóch
to
kierunków myślenia na ten temat.
run forward. And I
Jedna
have two
propozycja jest taka, że
proposals.
Polska jest
One is that Poland
naprawdę gigantem cyfrowym,
is
w tym sensie, że jest
digital
pełna
giant.
znakomitych fachowców od IT.
There is a plethora of
wiele z największych
professionals,
produktów i startupów cyfrowych,
professionals, IT
które
professionals,
znamy z Krzemowej
lots
Doliny i Wielkiej Brytanii,
of
buduje się w Polsce rękami polskich programistów.
startups
Tutaj olbrzymie
and
rezerwuary
Silicon
zasobów
Valley are
środków,
created by the
można
Polish
wykorzystać. A z drugiej strony
IT operators
sąsiedztwo
and
państw,
engineers.
które również być może
Secondly, we're also in close neighborhood
zachęceni do skorzystania
of the countries whose citizens would be very happy to embrace such a digital currency. So there is a huge field of opportunity for introducing digital zloty to other neighbors who have no stable and well-managed currency as ours. So we could possibly become a local champion. Please look at money as a product, which also becomes a subject or object of international competition. So you have to look for advantages in your currency to change nothing, to change everything, or to change everything to change nothing, rather. So we should do this as we speak, because in 5 years' time it may be too late. I think we have big assets, big advantages, which we shouldn't ignore. And also,
może zabrzmi dosyć niedorzecznie z moich ust, ale nasze dzieci będą nam
our children
jeżeli zajmiemy
would
się
be
tą kwestią.
Very much grateful to us if we start tackling this issue in a very serious way. We have completed digitization. Now we are moving towards globalization and making everything internet-based, which alternative currencies, cryptocurrencies, are example of, which will be replaced by the currencies issued by central banks. And we should not, we should run on the bandwagon. So what we should do as moderator, if there is 10 minutes left and I have still full list of questions, Szymon inspired me to select from the list just one, although it's connected with two others. I'd like to ask the remaining two panelists about the following.
Jak mówi pan Szymon, tak się spodziewacie, że
Do you
po prostu
also expect
złotówka
that
może zostać wyparta przez inne
PLN
waluty
will be
cyfrowe?
displaced by
Czy
other
tak jak
digital
inny
currencies?
scenariusz, który kreśli
Or
pan
alternatively,
Szymon, jest taka,
as
że to
Szymon
właśnie
said,
złotówka wyprze,
It
cyfrowa
will be the
złotówka
PLN,
wyprze słabiej
digital PLN,
zarządzane,
that will displace
zarządzane waluty.
not so well
się z
managed
tym, że
currencies. Both gentlemen, you guys have
powiedzmy, no nie jesteście fanami dużych bloków
stated
walutowych.
that you are
Tutaj
not big
Leszek
fans
Skiba
of
strefę euro
huge
skrytykował,
currency
Paweł
blocks.
Szałmacha dolaryzację
Mr.
Ukrainy,
Skiba
przepraszam, Argentyny i
criticized
też trzymanie się
the
kurczowo
Eurozone,
strefy
and the other speaker, Mr. Shawamaha, spoke about the adoption of dollar by Argentina
teraz patrzycie na tej
and
nowej
sticking or
mapie,
clinging to Swiss
w
franc
kontekście
in
tego, co powiedział pan
Poland
Szymon, że
before
jednak coś się zmieniło.
the World War,
Jaka
Second
jest
World War.
perspektywa złotówki, tego
What has
tego
changed? What is the
tego
perspective for the
atrybutu
Polish
bezpieczeństwa i
zloty, the
suwerenności,
attribute of
gospodarczej
sovereignty,
w
economic
erze
sovereignty,
cyfrowej? Może
and the
Paweł
digital
Szałmach.
era? Maybe Paweł Szałamaha
Dziękuję,
first.
chciałem, nawet
Thank
gdyby
you.
to pytanie nie padło, to chciałbym jako pewien kontrapunkt co
I'd
do
like
tych
to
rozważań o walucie cyfrowej.
put a contrast
Aspekt
to the
technologiczny czy tej nowości jest
conversation about the
oczywisty,
digital
znany,
currencies. The technological
był
aspect
akceptowalny
is very well researched into, is very acceptable worldwide.
Natomiast
It's all good
to
and
jest
well.
podstawowe, fundamentalne pytanie, które
But the
czasami
fundamental
nie
question
zadajemy sobie,
that
bo
people fail to ask
uważamy, że odpowiedzi już padły.
because they think that these
Prywatny
questions were
pieniądz
answered
cyfrowy
include the
to jest
following.
gigantyczna
Private
władza
digital currency
bez
is a
żadnej
huge
odpowiedzialności.
authority without any responsibility.
To jest podstawowa
This
słabość
is the
tej
fundamental
propozycji.
weakness of this proposal.
Oczywiście możemy krytykować politykę
You can
rządu,
criticize the policies of
centralnych,
governments or central banks. Maybe it was too late, or the interest rates are bad, deficit is wrong, and so on. But as citizens, we have a connection and ability to influence, to reciprocate somehow with the public institutions. But the risk on the other side is that gigantic authority without responsibility has materialized quite spectacularly in the recent weeks. When it comes to the fluctuation of Bitcoin, let's imagine that citizens collect or amass the digital resources in this electronic token. Bitcoin, Ethereum, or other cryptocurrencies. They were invested or speculated with it.
Komputerowi, nerdzi, etc., etc.
Computer geeks or nerds did it, that's okay. But if that trend shifts on to the large number of the population, the transfers made,
wstrząsom, tak? Także nie wyobrażam sobie, żeby system ekonomiczny czy
earthquakes could occur too.
społeczny był w stanie takiej
I don't believe that such shock would be tenable for this whole social and economic areas. So transformation is well known, we analyze and we keep tabs on those developments, not to be left behind. But there is a reason for when these fintech giants 2 years ago and the card operators proposed this initiative, that it was not really welcomed. It was a great reluctance by the public sector, who didn't want to defend their responsibility, the powers, but they were quite aware of the results, the outcomes of what may come next. The Polish digital payment sector is at a very high decent level, also thanks to the activities of companies, private companies. Also companies where the state treasury is a shareholders. It works like a very well-oiled machine. You can pay with your smartphone pretty much everywhere, even the smallest place. So we have no needs uncatered
z okazji dzisiejszego panelu mam artykuł Pola Kudumana z New York Times, który podobnie się wyraża o prywatnych walutami cyfrowymi emitowane przez inne banki centralne. To były tymi stablecoinami
currencies that are issued by central banks. What do you think about that?
Wiadomość, że w głosowaniu internautów nasz panel wygrał jako najciekawszy z dotychczasowych swoich półgodziny dłużej. Dziękuję wszystkim głosującym.
Audience voting is the most interesting one so far.
To była inna forma.
So that was a different form.
Emitowanej
that would be a different form of current currencies.
Tak samo rywalizacja pomiędzy
there would be the same kind of rivalry amongst the fundamental currencies in Europe, 4 or 5 or 6. And I think we should become proud of the fact and notice the fact that in Europe we are
jesteśmy największą gospodarką, która
the largest economy in Poland that has their own currency. I mean, on the continent, except the UK, Sweden, or
jeszcze oczywiście jest wyjątek Szwajcarii.
Okay, so Switzerland and Czech Republic are only those that are similar in a similar department.
Counterwalutowy i posiadać rachunki w
I
3,
can
5
have
walutach, jeżeli chcę
internet-based exchange point to have several currencies at my disposal if I need to pay in various currencies for services or goods that I purchase. For example, to buy tickets in the Paris Underground, I could pay for it in euro. And in Poland,
podaje swoje ceny w złotych. Pracodawca
prices are still listed in zlotys, and my employer pays in zlotys, and I pay my taxes in zlotys too.
Ta konkurencja siłą rzeczy
So I believe that
jest nazwijmy ograniczona na rynku.
competition would be limited in inland.
To napięcie, ta rywalizacja między walutami istnieje.
International era, this tension is absolutely there. We have an open currency market for many years
Bardzo
now.
serdecznie dziękuję. Mimo, że
Thank you
mamy
very much.
troszkę więcej czasu, to
Even
chciałbym
though more
oprócz tego
time was
tematu jeszcze
allocated
jeden
this panel,
omówić,
I'd
natomiast
like
jeszcze
to broach
prosiłbym
another one, but before
Leszka
that,
Skibę o
I'd like
skomentowanie.
Leszek
Na
Skiba
ile
to comment on that.
pieniądz emitowany,
To
jak
what
powiedział pan
extent
Szymon, na wasze nieszczęście z
money issued
pominięciem sektora bankowego, czyli z
bypassing
kontami
you, the
w
banks,
banku centralnym i z
issued
możliwością
directly by central
przechowywania ich w
bank
aplikacji bez
and
żadnych
giving the opportunity
no
to
i
store it in an application,
takim bezpośredniej relacji obywatela z emitentem pieniądza, czyli też obywatela też
thereby
myślę o
building a
przedsiębiorcach,
direct
którzy
link between the issuer
eksportują,
and the
pieczarki,
citizens.
przykładowo
For
do
example,
Francji i
people who
Niemiec,
export
prawda,
mushrooms
i
to
proponują,
Germany
otrzymują
or
cyfrowe
France,
euro i
and
proponują
they
swoim
get digital
pracownikom też
euro,
cyfrowe
and
euro z pominięciem sektora
they
bankowego.
also
Wy
offer
patrzycie na to
payment to the employees
jako
in euro,
zagrożenie, czy
digital euro. Do you
macie
view
już gotowe
do you
na
view
to
this as
odpowiedzieć, że
a
nikomu
threat,
nie
or do you
będzie
have
to się,
a prepared,
nie będzie to
ready
warte,
answers?
warte
For example,
wysiłku
that it's not
powiązanego z
worth
przestawieniem
the
swoich
whole effort
zwyczajów. Jak na to patrzycie
involving changing changing what you're doing.
To jest tak, że idąc po kolei, jakby są różne odpowiedzi do różnych rzeczy. Znaczy, jeśli chodzi o taki mój osobisty pogląd, jeśli chodzi o
My
waluty,
personal
które są
opinion
produktami
about
prywatnymi, które nie mają
private
charakteru
currencies
tak zwanego
that are not
stablecoin,
issued,
czyli mam do czynienia chociażby z Bitcoinem.
they're not stable
Tutaj
coins.
można powiedzieć, że w gruncie rzeczy, jak sobie tak uświadomimy, co to jest,
Such as
to jest to
Bitcoin.
pewnego
So
rodzaju
if we
wyemitowane
wonder what
urządzenie,
it is a certain token or something that people can use as a mechanism for transactions. So the most important function for Bitcoin
którzy dzisiaj kupują Bitcoin, oni to robią w gruncie rzeczy po to, żeby zainwestować i zarobić
as an
za jakiś
investment.
czas. Czyli
People
mamy do
want to
czynienia z
buy
pewnego
Bitcoin
rodzaju,
now in order to
trochę
resell it in the
niektórzy powiedzą,
future
że to
and
jest
to make a
pewnego
profit.
rodzaju
So
taka gra
people
na
would say
zwyżkę,
it's like
rewolucja
trying to
tulipanową,
hope
Paweł Szamacha pewnie zrobi wywód na temat
they hope that the value will continue to
różnych
grow
właśnie
and
dóbr, które
it's like a tulip revolution.
ktoś
And
uznaje za super atrakcyjne.
some people think this is super attractive, the prices go up, but there is always a question, will this trend continue or will there be a very steep drop in the price? So it is a question of risk assessment.
Doprowadza do ruiny. No i z tego powodu rzeczywiście pytanie jest takie,
And there is a question, what are the functions? Because transaction, a vehicle for transaction is not enough because there are so many possibilities to pay for services online.
Za chwilę nie będzie wiedział, czy będzie dokonywał transakcji, ale czy
And it may so happen that people will pay for transactions, but they will no longer know, or it will no longer be relevant whether they use Swiss francs, Polish zloty, bitcoins, or anything else. So I am not interested what currency I'm using. I want to buy something. The function of the currency is to hold a certain value. For example, if I make savings, I save in a certain currency, and I choose the currency based on a number of factors. because, for example, I am remunerated in this currency, or I have a mortgage loan in a certain currency. So currency, to some extent, can be transparent. People usually say, okay, I should go and buy some bitcoins because this is something that will bring me profit when I retire. Most people who want to buy Bitcoin have a more short-term perspective. Others say, well, I will buy some Bitcoins and in 20 years' time, I will be able to enjoy my retirement in Florida, for example.
Liczę na to, że będzie za 300 000, to znaczy, że za miesiąc, za 2 tygodnie to znowu wskoczy i ja tutaj sobie zarobię. To ma charakter trochę spekulacyjny.
Has been going up for quite a long time. So people say, okay, it's 150,000 today. Hopefully in a few months' time it will be 200,000 and so on and so forth. National currencies or traditional currencies have one advantage over such digital or virtual currencies. They have been created in order to offer more than just the possibility to make a transaction. There is a banking system behind it. So, for example, I can use this currency to finance a real estate transaction. I can get a loan. And there we have the financial monitoring, we have the security of the whole sector. And now, there is the question of creation of money by central banks.
Które są wykreowane przez banki, to jest ponad, z tego co pamiętam, ponad
For example, the value of assets is, for example, over $1 trillion złotych, and
kredyt, który ktoś wziął, kupił mieszkanie za to, a ten, kto sprzedał mieszkanie, te pieniądze sobie wpłacił do banku. I te wykreowane przez bank pieniądze, one zostały w sektorze bankowym. I to jest kreacja pieniądza przez banki. Co to oznacza tak naprawdę, że mamy do czynienia z jeżeli wyobraźcie sobie teraz bitcoiny pojawiły się
someone takes a loan to buy an apartment, pays for this apartment, and the person who has sold it puts money back in the bank. It is different compared to Bitcoin, because people buy Bitcoins not hoping that there will be more and more Bitcoins. No, they want the value to grow. And people say national currencies.
10 lat temu złotego było znacznie mniej, bo nie było tej kreacji pieniądza, a w Bitcoinie stała liczba, coraz wolniejsze
being created by national banks.
Czyli kreacja pieniądza w systemie bankowym doprowadzi
so people say, okay, more and more
czy te waluty przetrwają.
Of this currency is issued and Bitcoin is not really multiplying. There is not
czyli powiązania z kursem zwykłych walut rzeczywiście
enough of Bitcoin on the market.
Moja prywatna opinia nie poprzez sam fakt, że są tylko mechanizmem płatniczym, nie są atrakcyjne, a jak pojawi się w nich system bankowy, to mogą upaść.
Bitcoins may be attractive because they are a vehicle for transactions, and when they become part of the banking sector, they may become less attractive and fall. However, I agree that money issued by central banks are very attractive. If I'm a client and I have an account, a current account in a bank,
pieniędzy sobie właśnie w jakimś rachunku banku centralnego i innego. I to potem rzeczywiście jest
maybe I should have an account in a central bank, because I believe that I can make transactions and transfer some of the surplus money
cyfrową banku centralnego. I z tego powodu rzeczywiście to jest
and invest in a digital currency issued by a central bank.
Oszczędności prostych, nielokatowych
some of the savings of clients could be used to be invested in digital currencies of central banks. This is not very attractive from the point of view of private banks, but we have more competition. People can decide what currency they use in order to safeguard their savings.
Seria kolejnych pytań.
Nie, ja tylko trzymam mikrofon bez żadnych podtekstów. Nie,
I'm just holding a microphone. I'm not trying to
dyskusja się, jak widzicie, ożywia.
signal that you should conclude.
Więc muszę trochę wesprzeć pana
Well,
Szymona.
I have to support Szymon.
Dwaj tutaj mówcy ostatni jasno wskazali
Two of our
trudności
panelists
związane
demonstrated what are the fundamental difficulties connected with private currencies. On one hand, there is the question of responsibility,
I druga fundamentalna trudność polegająca na tym, że demokratyczne społeczeństwa chcą, żeby gospodarki się rozwijały, a bez kreacji pieniądza jest to trudne.
democratic societies want their economies to grow, and without creation of cash, it is not possible. The fact that I take a loan in Bitcoin means someone else is not able to get a loan.
Natomiast tutaj już sytuacja, jeśli chodzi o ten aspekt transakcyjny, tu są zróżnicowane opinie. I panie Szymonie, jak by pan odpowiedział tutaj, już zostawmy na razie te korporacyjne waluty, te bitcoiny, wszystkie i tak dalej, jak by pan odpowiedział ten pieniądz elektroniczny sektora
How
bankowego?
about electronic currencies or digital currencies issued by central banks? You said this is the future, those proactive will win and those who are not proactive will lose out.
Chce pan podtrzymać swoje tezy,
You have listened to your other panelists and
mogę panu zaoferować.
Tak, ja podtrzymuję moje tezy.
What's your opinion now?
Przed tą dyskusją przemyślałem.
Well, I would like to maintain my position and let me present a number of facts that may be important from the point of view of this debate. First of all, I do not think that private currencies with very fluent value that do not have the features of stablecoin will conquer the world and will replace national currencies. This is not what I wanted to say. I think that it is easy to pick an enemy and to say, okay, it's Bitcoin. And this is actually an old technology. Bitcoin is not a very valuable currency for purchasing, for exchange. Transactions are slow, expensive, and its value changes a lot. But looking at possible threats that can actually put the financial stability of our state in danger, because Bitcoin and digital currencies are a technological basis, a certain pilot which will then be used by central banks from all over the world to issue their own digital currencies. We cannot continue this debate without taking the political and geopolitical environment into account. Corporations that consider issuing their own stable coins, similar in terms of technology to cryptocurrencies, what would be the function of such currencies? From the point of view of corporations, that would be benefits with very limited responsibility and profits with very limited responsibility. The possibility to issue currencies also gives you access to free loan or interest-free loan.
I wytworzenie popytu na taki dług emitowany przez siebie w postaci zmonetaryzowanej pozwala na
generate demand for your currency, you can finance your activities at a very low price. This is an element of the strategy of the United States.
W której dokonuje się
as dollar is a currency for exchange on international markets, this translates into enormous power because as there is high demand for US dollar, United States are able to finance themselves at a very low price.
od dzisiejszych walut
regards
narodowych
distribution,
może
digital
spowodować,
currencies
że
will be
kraj
much
Banku
more
Centralnego
easily
podejmie ten
distributed.
wysiłek i to ryzyko,
And those countries that
może
are
uzyskać
willing
zdolność
to
zadłużania
take
się,
the risk and
emisji
make
tego
the
długu
effort
zmonetyzowanego, w
will
sposób dużo
be
tańszy. W
able
związku z tym uzyskać swego
to
rodzaju dywidendę,
have access to
która może być
very
olbrzymią
cheap
przewagą,
loans. And that is a dividend that can
tego,
become an advantage in geoeconomic game. It can be
I mi się
a
wydaje, że jeżeli myślimy o
geostrategical
tym wyścigu, który
advantage.
już trwa,
So,
przypominam,
if we
Chiny
think
już to
about this
robią,
race, and this race is already underway, China is doing this, some countries from the region of the Caribbean are doing this.
które nie pracowałyby aktywnie nad
I
przynajmniej konceptualizowaniem
think
takich
all
rozwiązań.
developed
Z pełną
countries
świadomością,
are currently
wiem, że
working on this.
z pewną świadomością, że jest to
And they are
narzędzie
fully aware of the fact
geopolityczne,
that this is
tak,
a
o charakterze
geopolitical
porównywanym do
instrument
petrodolara, przy czym siła
comparable
petrodolara
to
to w bardzo dużym uproszczeniu.
petrodollars.
Proszę
US dollar
zobaczyć
used as a
ogólnikowość
transaction
to
vehicle.
lotniskowce Stanów Zjednoczonych, tak? A siła takiej waluty
So
to
the
może być
strength
po
of
prostu dobra
such
technologia,
currency could
dobrze
be
zarządzany
good
pieniądz,
technology,
atrakcyjniejszy dla pewnych obszarów świata.
good management that makes your currency attractive or more attractive than
Wydaje mi się,
local
że
currencies
bardzo
in
istotne
some parts of the
zrozumienie tej
world. So
sekwencyjności,
it's very
to znaczy
important to
widzimy kryptowaluty, one mają
understand
swoje bardzo istotne
what's
zastosowania,
the
nie tylko wyłącznie
order
spekulacyjne, stanowią też pewien wentyl
of
bezpieczeństwa,
sequence of events. So first we have
również
the
możliwość
cryptocurrencies,
zabezpieczenia się,
they are being
hedgingu,
tested, you are able to
przeciwko
hedge your
obecnie,
transactions.
dominującym sposobie prowadzenia polityki monetarnej swego rodzaju ubezpieczeniem w oczach niektórych osób.
So some people consider
Przez
this
koncepcje związane z
insurance
prywatnymi
policy, for
stablecoinami, tak,
example.
czyli
Then you have the stable
tą, dajmy na to, Librą
coins,
Facebooka,
Libra
przebudowaną ostatnio na
of Facebook that has now been rebranded and is now called Diem. And then there is this global geopolitical
pewną logiczną konsekwencję tych eksperymentów technologicznych, z którymi spotkaliśmy się wcześniej.
power play.
Więc wydaje mi się, że sprowadzanie tego problemu do
So we should not
torpedowania
only
wcześniej już wprowadzonych rozwiązań, które mają swoje oczywiste i łatwe do zauważenia wady.
say that okay, some solutions
Wydaje mi się, że
have
powinniśmy też wziąć odpowiedzialność
faults, and this is why we should not follow this path.
potencjalne konsekwencje
We
zaniedbania
should, of course, also be able to accept the consequences of not
wydaje mi się, że
moving in
nie
that
było jeszcze takiej
direction.
dyskusji w Polsce, a wiem, że taka dyskusja
Such discussions
występuje
are underway in
w
many
innych
countries,
państwach.
and in
I
Poland I have
bardzo bym
not
sobie życzył, żeby
heard
dyskusja
such an open
szła
debate.
do nas
It would be
szybciej
very important
niż
for
decyzje
Poland
za
to
nas de
embark
facto podejmą
on this
inne kraje.
path before the decisions
I to
are in
jest
fact
intencja
taken by
pobudzenia
other
tej dyskusji.
countries.
Ja rozumiem, że istnieją
I want
również
to
inne
stimulate
bardzo
this
istotne
discussion. I
zagrożenia i
believe
szanse
there are threats and
dotyczące stabilności
opportunities
bezpieczeństwa finansowego
pertaining
naszego
to
kraju.
the financial
Ale
stability
miałem
of our
po prostu
country,
takie poczucie,
but
że jest to
I
pewien aspekt, który jest
feel
zaniedbywany i
that
traktowany
this is
na
something that
skrótowo,
is
powierzchownie.
neglected
Wydaje mi się, że
and
mamy
treated
dużą
in a very
szansę,
superficial manner. And I think
wiele
we
wygrać na
have
rozpoczęciu
an
tej dyskusji wcześniej i rozpoczęciu tej
opportunity
dyskusji na poważnie.
to win if we take
Bardzo dziękuję.
embark on
To
this
jest
discussion
idealne forum do
early.
rozpoczynania ważnych dyskusji dla Polski.
Yes, this
na
is
przykład
the perfect
pierwsza
forum to
koncepcja,
embark
taka
on
jeszcze nie nazwana w
discussions
ten
that are
sposób,
important for Poland.
co teraz koncepcja CPK, Centralnego
For
Portu
example, the
Komunikacyjnego
concept
właśnie
of the
z
Central
ust obecnego tutaj Pawła
Communications
Szamachy padła na
Port
Kongresie Polska Wielki Projekt, więc pan Szymon
was
jest
mentioned by
idealne miejsce
by Paweł Szałamacha
do
during
właśnie
one of the
podejmowania takich
earlier
dużych tematów.
editions of
Jak widzicie
Great
państwo,
Project Poland.
cyfrową
As you
walutę
can see,
emitowaną
digital
przez Bank Centralny pan
currencies
Szymon
issued by central
zachwala
banks
jako taką,
are
która daje rentę emisyjną,
advertised by
jest narzędziem
Szymon
geopolitycznym,
as a
które
geopolitical
pozwala na
instrument,
pewną
access to
ekspansję i
inexpensive
przewagi i jest to też zgodne z tym, co mówili pozostali paneliści, bowiem
loans and
zwracali uwagę że
interest-free
na ten związek
loans.
między bezpieczeństwem
Other
finansowym
panelists
a
underlined the
sterowalnością
connection between financial security of the state and
walutę.
the influence
Tak więc
of
zgódźmy się do tego, że się do końca wszyscy tutaj nie zgadzają ze sobą, natomiast każdy myślę dużo wyniósł z tej dyskusji w tej części o tym, jaki jest związek między bezpieczeństwem finansowym a takim postępem technologicznym w zakresie ucyfrowienia walut. Mi ta dyskusja bardzo dużo pomogła i bardzo dużo podpowiedziała i za i przeciw ważkie argumenty i dla każdego prawdziwa uczta intelektualna. Na koniec chciałbym dotknąć takiego tematu, który może na pozór się wydawać mało związany z bezpieczeństwem finansowym, natomiast zainspirował mnie pan Szymon, mówiąc o tym, że polskim takim cennym zasobem jest ta pula informatyków, talentów technicznych, które mogą
talented people, IT specialists that could generate additional financial security. He spoke about digital currencies, but this could apply to other
też widzimy,
systems.
Że na polu myśli w naukach społecznych, ekonomii czy socjologii jest też bardzo, czy politologii jest dużo bardzo rozważań na temat właśnie suwerenności w epoce cyfrowej, suwerenności ekonomicznej, finansowej. Ja ze względu na rozmiar nie przyniosłem tej książki, ale Ashoka Modi, profesor Eurotragedia,
a drama in 9 acts.
Polską wersję wydanie wsparł Narodowy Bank Polski.
The National Bank of Poland
po prostu mniejsza ta książka Banku Węgierskiego, takie opracowanie, które mówi o tym, jak zreformować strefę euro. Bardzo ciekawe opracowanie, kraj nie będący w strefie euro, więc nieobciążony
Eurozone should be reformed, and it's very interesting because Hungary has its own currency. It is not part of the Eurozone. However, it presents a scenario for saving euro as a currency by way of revisiting the Maastricht criteria. So my question to each one of you, and you will have to be very brief.
3-4 minuty, nie wiem, czy się uda
I have 3 to 4 minutes
na głosowanie na nasz panel, żeby go jeszcze przedłużać. Jakie uważacie są kluczowe, a najlepiej jeden, kluczowy element tej warstwie intelektualnej, warstwie kompetencyjnej, warstwie może przyciągania talentów, jak szefowa od waluty facebookowej ściągnięta do Polski
qualification related, what is critical in order to ensure financial security in Poland, but in terms of a more soft measures. I would like you to say what is your argument, then you justify your choice, and then you can rate using a scale 1 to 10 to what extent Poland actually fulfills this criterion. So I would now like to start with Szymon, who is the author of this technological aspect of our discussion. I believe that, strangely enough, in order to increase security and ensure stabilization, you have to be ready to accept risk.
A huge value that becomes prominent gradually in Poland, at least in my circle of friends, is the propensity for risk-taking. And risk-taking is important because it helps you experiment and select the best solutions. This is why the cryptocurrency space of blockchains and other things is absolutely worth monitoring, because it's a kind of a laboratory where economic paradigm and financial paradigms clash, and you can monitor who the winner will be. I believe that a very good signal for Poland is that Poland goes through a startup boom. We have more and more venture capital funds and more capital endeavors, which also look for the effect of scale.
znajduje się też element ekspansywności.
Because startups are not only about innovation, but also they're geared towards looking for huge markets. This is very important for in the context of monetary, financial security. We should be courageous to experiment on a small scale. Don't be afraid of failures. Control the risks associated, and based on those experiences, we should take important decisions that would impact the fate of the coming generations.
To jest rzeczywiście dobry trop. To znaczy ja się tutaj
That's a good lead.
zgodzę, że tak naprawdę jak sobie popatrzymy na historię Polski w dłuższym okresie, to
if we look back at the history of Poland over a longer period of time, we see that. By the way, I associated the Hungarian lead that Poland disappears from the map from time to time. Hungarian writer Mary wrote that we have an embedded existential risk as a society. But in response to those risks that are associated with liquidity, another existential risk, there should be a determination and looking for new solutions. Like we are not in a comfortable situation in our part of Europe. We don't have this sense of stability and security. Like we can sit idle and look what the world is doing outside us. The world has been changing. The trends are quite dynamic, and we are confronted with risks which are very close to our borders, to where we live. And the discussion about the risks associated with security are absolutely fundamental. Risk is very important from that perspective. But I would call it the need
aktywnego dbania o to, żebyśmy identyfikowali najważniejsze ryzyka i potrafili przeciwdziałać temu, co się dzieje.
identifying them and counteracting
z takim lekkim poczuciem, że coś tracimy, postawa polegająca właśnie na
open-minded stance coupled with
strefy komfortu. Znaczy to jest, myślę,
being far away from the comfort zone. So both the society and public and private institutions and organizations should have a feeling that if they become dormant only for a moment, if only for a moment, the world will escape and then be very far away again. So we should be vigilant. We should have our eyes wide open and be ready for fight because there is a lot at stake. And the global risks are very, very serious. And Paweł Szamacha.
W bezpieczeństwie finansowym, jaka miękka kompetencja pomaga.
Competencies in dealing with final risks. What are those?
Mimo że miałem więcej czasu,
despite of my having more time to think about the answer,
to nie wiem, czy jest taki jeden czynnik, taki jeden.
I'm not so sure if there is a single most important factor.
Jakiś taki, nie wiem, cudowny napój, który powoduje, że
magic potion, if you like,
odporni, sprawni,
that makes us resilient and eager and the lead of everyone else,
i korzystamy z tych
preventing us from being cornered,
zasobów, które mamy w dziedzinie
augmenting our use of resources, especially in the field of soft competencies. I subscribe to the first statement of the previous speakers.
Czyli to, co jednak mam nadzieję, że zaczęło pojawiać się w Polsce w ostatnich
namely what has become apparent in Poland and a couple of years ago, namely looking for our own path for development and ability to take decisions
jedynie na jakąś podpowiedź, czy
not waiting for a hint
wręcz,
or orders or instructions,
które może lub nie przyjść
which may or may not
z zewnątrz.
come from outside.
Nie jest to miękką kompetencją, ale właśnie tą twardszą.
This may not be a soft competency, rather than harder one. It's rather harder competency.
Instytucji, którą mi
Let me revert to the institution that I'm serving with.
Posiadanie i zdolność zarządzania własną walutą. Kompetentne zarządzanie własną walutą.
Competent managing your own currency would be such an ability.
Bardzo wam dziękuję, czyli
Thank you very much, guys.
elity, które
So
kompetentnie
bottom line
zarządzają
is that
naszą
we need to have
własną
elites
walutą.
that
Już nie
can
wnikamy, czy
manage
cyfrowo ona
our
będzie
own
zobowiązana cyfrowo,
currency in a competent way, regardless of this
która w dodatku
currency
nigdy nie
being
jest w strefie
digital or
komfortu,
not,
cały czas poszukuje
so
rozwiązań i
that
nie
the
boi się
lead is
podejmować
not
ryzyka. Taka
never
jest
in a comfort
recepta
zone,
naszych wspaniałych
who
panelistów.
doesn't
Szymon
shirk
Sypieniewicz,
taking
Ramp
lists.
Network, Leszek Skiba,
Our
PKS,
great panelists, thank you
Paweł Szarmach,
very
Narodowy
much.
Bank Polski. Ja nazywam się Marek Ditl, Giełda Papierów Wartościowych w Warszawie. Bardzo wam dziękuję
Representatives
za to,
also
że
staying
byliście
here.
z nami
Thank
w czasie
you
tego
for
panelu.
being with us during this panel. Thank you very much.
Bardzo Państwu serdecznie
Thank you very
dziękujemy.
much,
Na
ladies
dzisiaj to
and
już
gentlemen.
koniec.
This is the end of
Jutro
today.
zaczniemy panelem
Tomorrow we'll
bezpieczeństwo
start
kulturowe
with the
o
cultural security
10:30.
panel at
Także widzimy się
10:30.
jutro. Do
So,
zobaczenia.
see you tomorrow. Goodbye.